I was at Cosmo. But on Friday night I was in thing. Like, were you there?
No.
Oh.
I was just wondering, was it busy?
It was very busy.
Yeah.
It was very busy.
Alex, confirmation.
I mean, I came back yesterday. Sunday it kind of died down. Friday, Saturday was pretty.
We're good to start, yeah?
Yeah, we start.
Okay. $5 more.
Yeah. Table limits, like, on the main floor were starting at $50, so.
What do you mean table limit?
Like min
Like,
bet, right?
min bet for, like, table games, just like blackjack or, like,
Oh.
I was thinking,
Yeah, what's up, guys? Welcome to Live at the Bike. I'm Don Dean,
no. I was talking
and
about, 'cause that's how
got a
you
good game here. Looks like we got a lot of the regulars. I see a bunch of the same players. A couple new ones that I don't recognize personally.
Poker? No,
But let's get right into the action. We got
I don't like leaving them alone
King 10 off versus Pocket 4s.
really for hours.
Jeremy in position. This board is usually good for the pre-flop aggressor, as they're going to have Ace King and Ace Queen more. Yeah, with Pocket 4s, even though he has the best hand right now, not much you can do about that. Just throw it away. Give me a second while I get situated here. What's up, everyone in the chat? Thanks for tuning in. Hello, Sandy Joy.
There it is, 75.
It's looking like a 5-5-50 game. No, 5-5-25 maybe? From what I can tell. Oh, it's 5-5-50? Okay.
You know water? 3 players.
Casper raising it up, flopping probably the best of it. Fabian with a mystery hand, but probably not better than King Queen. Most likely. Continuation bet 3 ways. Let's see if 5 seat 5. Interesting interesting name there. Continues with the middle pair. Casper hitting trips and checking. Getting a little bit tricky. C5 checking back. D. Tyler asked what's the minimum buy-in. I believe it's $2,000. All right, Casper going for value on the river, $400. Let's see if his tricky check back on the turn is going to get him paid.
Yep. Alright, red flag.
No, C5 gives it up. Good fold.
Okay, see, you missed it.
Good one.
I only showed you.
I'm sure he'll believe
I
you
only
if you
showed you
tell
the
him.
7. No, I'm kidding.
What's funny is I don't get offended. I find it better than a win, if there's such a category.
You found what better than what?
If somebody bluffs me with 7 deuce,
Oh yeah.
it's like, hey,
More power to
you
you.
did that, yeah, you
The
did that.
game is on.
I respect that.
75. So you got? I don't know.
How much they taking? $7 a hand or $6?
Depends if we see a flop or not. Like right now, just $1.
I thought you can pay time, like a $10 per hour, half an hour. Because there's no jackpot, right? This game, right?
No.
There's
It's
no jackpot.
5-1-1.
That's correct.
So at the end,
So they say you don't talk to them, pay for half an hour time.
There's a jackpot here?
100%.
There is, but not on this level.
D. Tyler in the YouTube chat asked, what's the best Black Friday deal? It is watching Live the Bike for free.
Drop with no bluff.
$1?
$1. 75.
Raise $75. Christian, Queen Jack offsuit. No longer the mysterious 5-seat 5. Getting 3-bet by Casper with Ace King suited. Casper flopping top 2. Christian with a backdoor royal and a gutter. Not really a great hand in a 3-bet pot, as the person who 3-bets has a lot of hands with the ace or a king in it.
250.
Does have 20% equity even against top 2, so let's see if he decides to peel one off.
Oh, 800 or 900?
Casper continuation betting about 1/3 pot. Christian picking up the nut flush draw on the turn. Casper being a little tricky and checking it over again. Top 2, yeah, they could have a flush now, but still a pretty strong hand. Checking is totally fine, of course, but also worth a value bet if you want to go for that. The 9 doesn't change that much. Ace King still beats any other ace. It's actually kind of good because any other ace might think that they're going to be chopping, but they're not against Casper's Ace King. It looks like Casper checks it over to Christian again, who wisely chose not to bluff at it, as it would definitely not have worked. A good check back. Good check by Casper on the river too, as that was the only possible way he could have made some money. If he bets, Christian's just going to fold his queen high.
What's your name, boss?
Mike.
Is Mike on the list of the game? Or can we find a win?
You'll have 6 live bikes? Wow, okay.
I don't know. One's like, yeah, there's a win. Hold on. So is it Michael and sitting?
Almost full table, yeah. We had 6 dealt in the last hand, but it looks like we have a couple people showing up now, so looking pretty exciting. Yeah, regulars, I see like Jeremy, Angel, Casper, but definitely some new faces. Wayne, of course. Looks like he's giving up his seat potentially. We'll see.
55.
This guy's rocking the Tupac shirt. I like that.
So my thing is sitting at 2200.
I'll go get it. Don't worry. I'm sure.
75.
Casper once again raising up. Picking up a lot of good hands. King 9 suited on the button. My bad. It looks like it was a raise from Mo and a call from Casper. Casper flopping second nut flush draw against Mo's mystery hand. I'm liking Casper's spot in position with this hand.
175.
Calling is good, raising is good. You got some options for sure. Really big c-bet from Mo, almost full pot. You don't see that often, but it's definitely not bad. Casper picking up a gutter to go with his flush draw. Still's got position. And Mo is still betting at it. Definitely don't think Casper's going anywhere. The question is, he's going to call or raise. Just calls, takes the river in position. Can still bluff at it if Mo checks. Now that Casper picks up a pair. The river just goes check, check. Yeah, now that he picks up a pair, just checking back seems good. But it seems like whatever Mo was betting was better than a pair of 9s. I can't see it, but... $1,000 pot going over to Mo.
They win. When it comes to them, you know, you'd rather just pay 5,000 times.
What?
You know, times, like just $10 for half an hour or something like that.
The what?
You want to pay
Collection pot.
Collection.
Whoever was asking for water, by the way, water came in. Oh, you were asking for water. Yeah. There's water over there. Live straddle 50. Don't want my peeps to be thirsty. 550. The straddle is open. The straddle opens at 50. $200.
Queen 4 versus 10-4. Queen 4 flopping a flush draw. 10-4 flopping a backdoor flush draw with a kind of bad gut shot. You make a straight on a 6, but 8 high straight's not really that good on a 5, 6, 7, 8 board. Looks like they're checking into the river, and they have the same straight. So whoever puts in the last bet could win, potentially, but might just get called for the chop, as like you might think, okay, if someone had a 9, maybe they would continuation bet. Wow, Christian goes for a $1,000 bet. Is that right? I mean, I like it. If you bet pretty small, I think your opponent has pretty good odds to just call for a chop, as it's pretty unlikely you would have a 9 here. So it looks like he's putting maximum pressure.
Call. 8 ice. Call. 8 ice.
It looks like it gets through. Takes down 100% of the pot that he only deserved half.
2500 in C4. Yeah, you got it.
I like the aggression by Christian there.
Just hoping for a second double, second swing.
Takes a lot of guts to risk 1,000, but he went for it.
Yeah. They're saying that if Drew comes in, just put him up first.
Yeah.
100.
Andromeda in the chat is telling me that he called. Okay, my bad. I didn't see.
Sorry.
Most doubles answers.
Either way, good attempt.
It's way different than out there.
Yeah.
325.
Christian maybe thinking the other guy would have continuation bet. Alright, we got a 3-bet pot. Ace-10 suited versus pocket 8s. 3-way 3-bet pot. 3-way 3-bet pot. Looks like a mystery hand from Fabian. Dan D says blink once if you're tilted. Wait. I see what you did there. Joshua Smith says W. What's W? That is very mysterious to me. Alright, we got Christian continuation betting 3 ways here. With a gut shot, backdoor nut flush draw. Casper calling with an overpair. Really, really small continuation bet. This pot was $1,000 on the flop, so it was only 1/5 pot. Fabian overcalls. Overcalling usually shows some strength, as you're definitely not going to call a junky hand after a bet and a call in front of you. I mean, you might. Well, you wouldn't expect people to, but I don't know what Fabian has. It's definitely not something I've seen very often, but of course we have seen it before. Christian betting 1,000 now, so he's thinking, okay, maybe I bet 200 on the flop. No one raised me. Maybe they're not that strong. It's time to put the pressure on. And this one gets through. Picking up the $1,600 pot with ace high. Not a bad result. We won't know what Fabian had, but my guess is probably like a pocket pair. Something similar to what Casper had. I think would be like the most likely hand that he would be playing in a 3-bet pot and then calling a flop bet on a 3-4-5 flop.
200 to go.
The what?
Awesome. Sean, how do you spell your name? A-W-N? It's S-H-A-W-N. That's it.
I was informed that we're gonna lose our graphics for a bit. Oh, it's not yet. Okay, we have them for now. Heads up pot, ace ace 10. Sean raising up with a jack 5 suited. Wow, double pot overbet? Is that right? I like it. Wayne is not afraid though. Calls with the pocket eights. Sean's staying here with jack high. Is he gonna give up or is he gonna go for it?
I'm like 2,000.
1,000.
He goes for it. $1,000 bet. Very quick call from Wayne. He just knew. He just knew his pocket eights were good. Wayne in the YouTube chat says seat 2 fish. Very big fish calling with an underpair against overbet. Didn't work out for Mo, I think it was, but I definitely love the aggression. Love to see players mixing it up and not just playing some ABC poker. I mean, we didn't come to Live the Bike to see that, right?
Royal flush draw, break, no problem.
It did not work on this calling station, Wayne, though.
Where's the 100?
Fabian raising it up. Jeremy calling with a dominating hand in position. Looks like we got a lot of action today. 3-bet, ace-9 suited, a squeeze. Expecting this one to get through, but we'll see what happens. Typically, the offsuit Broadways are not that good to continue against 3-bets. They're just easily dominated. And like, if your opponent has a hand like ace king or ace queen, then you're not gonna have a lot of chances to outflop them. And if you flop an ace, you have a lot of reverse implied odds too. If you're outkicked, potentially like have a hand where you're gonna have a hard decision for like 3 streets of betting. So yeah, generally those will be folded to a 3-bet. Nice play with the ace-9 suited. My favorite League of Legends team. I kind of like SKT. They've been around. I just really like watching really good gameplay, and they've just been around, dominating for so long.
The only thing that is like a set amount is the straddle has to be 50, no more, no less.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of like. I tend to be a fan of like the best teams instead of the underdogs, just because I just really like watching really good play.
75.
Do you want wine? Later? Huh? Later?
Raise up from Michael, ace jack offsuit.
What's up, Papa? How you guys doing?
Looks like we got a 3-way pot here. Sean flopping trip 7s. Casper flopping 2 overs and a gut shot. Nothing super exciting, but not bad. Flop checks around. Michael wisely choosing not to continuation bet on this board, as it would not have worked. You can see he's got 0% equity now on the turn. Sorry, this man is Sean. I think I called him Mo earlier. My bad. Now Sean's gonna go for some value with his trips. Is that? Looks like we got called in both spots. Michael turning an ace. It's not good though. Sean with trips, still's got to think he's got the best hand with the action so far.
4.
Goes for a value bet, and that ace on the river was not kind to Michael. The suckers him in for a river bet. It's a good river for Sean. Sandy Joy says delay, please. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. How long is the delay? I'm not sure. Let me ask.
It's you're in 5 and then an ante of 50.
Depends on your hand. Probably.
Okay, it's 2 hours ish.
Raise the 50.
PS3 Shakes in the YouTube chat says, thanks, I was having trouble deciphering Wayne's question. Favorite League of Legends team, Don Dean. I used to play a lot of League of Legends, used to work for Riot Games, but
255.
now I play their other game, Teamfight Tactics. We got another squeeze here with a king-queen off. Got a lot of 3-betting at this table so far. Looks like we got a 4-bet with a queen 10 suited. Even more action. These guys definitely came to play.
You gonna have one, right? Yep.
Sean's got the dominating hand. Let's see what he decides to do. He gives it up. Michael, with a nice light 4-bet there. Taking down a few $100s, no showdown, pre-flop, easy. Do you know Tom Martell and Tom Cadwell? Tom Cadwell interviewed me when I applied. I don't know Tom Martell. I don't know Cadwell super well. We talked for like an hour. But I really don't know him too well after that. Lido Atreus asks, is that Harry walking around and waiting? I'm pretty sure I just heard Harry's voice. I can't tell from his shoes, but I'm pretty sure I can tell that was his voice.
It's on 4 p.m. on YouTube. Okay, and then how long are we playing? 4 hours. So it goes after the
Alright, we got a 3-way pot. Angel being the pre-flop aggressor, flopping the top pair, top kicker. Casper with a dominated top pair. Fabian with not much to anything, gets out of the way pretty quickly. Angel goes for a pretty big flop c-bet. It's a slight overbet. Gets a call from Casper. See how he wants to continue on the turn. Checks on the turn. Casper checks back. Angel's got to think he has the best hand here. Let's see how he proceeds on the river. Goes for a medium-sized value bet. Gets a quick call.
Alright, now my friends are gonna see, but it's 2 hours later, then they'll see. Because it's on a delay.
You'll also be pointing to get their input after.
Leo says Wayne's giving up a seat. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like.
poker friends, so I don't have anyone that would be like, oh,
Yeah, I don't have many poker friends either, yeah. But I'm sure like my dad and all, they'll have something.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I figured it'd be good. My daughter, she always
You
wanted
can have that
where you
answer.
going? I'm like, I'm bored to see how to play poker. And now she's like, oh, and now she get to see.
Gary LP3 and 10 ball saying bring Savage back, bring Sticky Rice back. If you got players you want to see on the show, you should tell them to email the show and say they want to play.
75.
But I talked to Wayne earlier today, and sounds like the Live Bike crew does have some plans to bring some exciting guests on. Heads up pot here. Sean flopping a gutter, Christian, queens. Sean doesn't want to fight for it with just a gut shot. Worth noting, if you hit that gut shot there, the board is going to be ace, 2, 3, 5. So it's going to be hard to get like a ton of value even if you hit it with a, that's generally always going to happen when you have a one card straight draw, right? The board will be 1 to a straight and it'll be hard to get a ton of value even if your opponent has something. 10 ball says when I retire I'm just going to play poker all day long every day. Well, if that's what you want to do, then more power to you.
You guys are 50 out there too.
What's this, a straddle or the
Yeah,
that's a
straddle
straddle.
50.
Okay, alright. Somebody, let's go.
He's already after it.
Yeah,
150.
Sandy Joy, by the way, I'm Don Ding, D-I-N-G for last name. I don't really care that much, but figure I'd go ahead and say something. Because I'm pretty sure I've seen this before and I didn't say anything, so.
Weird for a yellow chip to be right there.
First name Don, D-O-N, last name Ding, D-I-N-G. I'm Chinese, so Chinese name. Well, Angel raising it up with the pocket jacks now. Just picking up on the flop. Not much for Christian, just 2 overcards, no backdoor, straight draw, flush draw, anything.
5,500?
Yeah, Ding, that's right, D-I-N-G.
5,500 CP.
I'll be brought extra cash with you because I need it.
Huh?
I'll be
brought extra
cash
cash
with you in case I need it.
I was going to ask you the same thing.
I already asked them.
Anonymous says live at the bike, baby. I agree. Live at the bike, baby. We got really a lot of exciting hands already. Players definitely mixing it up, trying to play some poker, not just folding their way into the nuts. Ray Dixon says, I'm retired, 60 hours a month is plenty. That means you're playing 60 hours a month of poker. That's the life. Nightbot once again lying, as per usual. Commentators for today's game is not Jeremy Friendland and is not a 50-100 BB Ante game. It is actually a 5-5-50 game. And Boss Harry, wow, he upgraded. It used to be just Harry, but now he's N Boss Harry. I guess he earned that after calling down the triple barrel with pocket 2s last time I commentated. Looks like we got a 5-way pot. Fabian with top pairs gotta be pretty excited here, hoping someone's got something to pay him off. But from the looks of it, no one has much of anything. Maybe Mo's with a mystery hand's got something, but Fabian just coming out with a really big bet. 5 ways on a flush draw, straight draw possible board. Definitely reasonable. I like the play, you know. Just hope someone's got like a nut flush draw. They just pretty much have to call you, right? Angel thinking about with a backdoor, straight draw, backdoor flush draw, the 7 of hearts. A good card to have here. Plus a pair. But just wisely gives it up. Even if you hit like a great card, like let's say you hit a 5 of hearts, which would give you an open ender and a flush draw, you're likely going to face another turn bet. And you're going to have to put it in with the worst equity. Very likely, so yeah, pretty wise just give it up on the flop there. Sean pocket kings here. This is a start of a potentially big pot.
Call.
Harry and Christian in there. Pair and a gut shot for Christian. Open ender for Harry, but if he hits the 10, it's not going to be great. As Christian will have the higher straight with the jack. Also, just again on a queen 10 9-8 board, the 6-7 is not going to be that strong of a hand. Yeah, he just gets out of the way. If the 10's not a good out, you're really only looking at like 5, so 4 outs that are really good. Sean continuation about getting called by Christian.
500.
Good card for Sean. Takes away a lot of Christian's outs. Now hitting a jack will no longer give Christian the best hand.
Wayne, could you take the radio with you?
Sean going for more value, and Christian wisely making a great fold against Sean's pocket kings. Even after seeing that big bluff that Sean went for earlier. Wayne says Cadwell is a StarCraft OG. Reaver Draw Pro. I played a lot of StarCraft 1, but I was really young and didn't really play very seriously. Would be fun to go back to it. I hear there's actually a pretty big esports scene for StarCraft 1 still, at least in Korea. Shuri says, commentator, stop slurring your words, speak slower. I'm sorry, man, that's just how I talk. I'll try my best to enunciate a little more clearly.
Excuse me.
It's supposed to be $2 less. $1 is supposed to be 91.
I know we have a lot of non-native English speakers. I'm not saying you are, obviously. I know we have a lot that watch the show, so try to be more clear. Christian with the top pairs taking it down. Casper choosing not to defend with pocket twos.
Thank you. Later on the internet, yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, I do think it's good. I do think it's a good call out though to try to speak as clearly as possible, because yeah, I know we have a lot of non-native viewers from like from out of the country. That's really awesome. Harry passing out wine, as if the action was not good enough already. The wine tends to loosen it up. All right, we got Sean raising up, ace queen suited, and boss Harry in there. Michael ace king goes for a squeeze. Casper's in there with the ace 7 suited. Back to Sean. Thinking about with the ace queen suited. Last time he went for a light 3-bet. He folded to a 4-bet. So thinking he might yeah, just want to see a flop this time. Goes for a call with the ace queen suited. Great flop for Casper. Not much of anything for anyone else. Casper, of course, here out of position to all 3 other players, so has to check the flop. Well, he doesn't have to, but the standard play, usually the best play. If he were to bet, he wouldn't really make any money anyway, as everyone would just fold. Checking gives these guys a chance to hit. Let's say a king comes on the turn, then Casper can get a lot of value for his hand. But as it turns out, it looks like everyone's just going to fold. Everyone else is just ace high or king high here. Daniel Kim says, "Talk the way you talk. You sound fine. Screw the trolls." I mean, I don't think that guy was trolling. The way he said it sounded like some pretty constructive feedback, which is good. Definitely welcome to any suggestions from the chat for sure. Max Katera says, "How do I get a seat at Live the Bike?" And Wayne responding in the YouTube chat, "Email me, Wayne@livethebike.com." Pig Vig says, "BOL, Live the Bike." Not quite sure what that means.
I'm not sure, but probably.
Daniel Kim says, "Wayne, don't play like a prop. Don't play like a prop. Play your game and crush souls."
Raise the 7. It's 5-5.
I'm pretty sure.
Big blind doing a 50.
Pretty sure Wayne crushed a soul before he hit and ran this table just now. So he is chilling. But yeah, of course, being working for the show, Wayne gave up his seat to Harry. Always Live the Bike, always giving preference to the players that want to play on the show. Got a lot of multi-way pots today. It's very refreshing. Last time I commentated was the day before Thanksgiving. It was a bit short-handed. Didn't have too many of these exciting spots. But yeah, got a ton of people in here. Everyone with a piece of something, to be honest. Oh, action killing turn. Harry turning bottom 2, but not super great on this board, as anyone with an 8 can beat it. Goes for a little bit of value bet though. Could definitely get value from flush draws, potentially like Sean has, and then potentially like other straight draws. Although it looks like also protects your equity too, because it made someone, sorry I didn't see who, give up ace queen, which would have turned the best, which would have rivered. Actually no, sorry, it's a flush. Sean just rivers a flush. My bad. But ace queen would have also beat him too. So like, if it were an offsuit king, then it protects some equity as well, with a bunch of hands out there.
55.
Harry going for the check back on the flush river. Pretty clear check back spot. If you're betting, it's pretty hard to get value from worse hands or fold out better hands at that spot. So. Yeah, flush gonna take it down.
Where's the 50? $175.
We got a 3-bet with an 8-6 suited now. Definitely some good action.
So it's only fair. If you're not drinking, it can't be on the table.
Looks like we're gonna go 3 ways to the flop. No one with anything super premium, but everyone's got suited hands.
3 players.
Harry flopping the best of it with a pair and a second up flush draw. Michael 3-betting, flopping a backdoor flush draw plus bottom pair. A pretty good board, a pretty good hand to use as a continuation bet. You got, like, if you're behind, you have definitely some outs to come out ahead. So yeah, definitely a good hand to continuation bet bluff with, but facing the check raise all in from Harry, nothing you can do there but just throw it away.
But yours is bigger. No, I got a 3. Oh, I have a deuce. You win. It's 5-5. That's right.
Harry's hand is a slight favorite over a higher pair. Basically flipping.
We ran it twice.
So definitely fine to get in with any player in flush draw. It's basically 50-50. As long as you're not running into a set.
Daniel Kim says, Mr. Commentator, would be too personal of a question to ask your poker background. So I played full time for somewhere around a decade. I think a tiny bit less.
No, I don't.
I've played a lot of 5.5 no limit at the bike. I've played a lot of PLO at the bike as well. These days I play a lot of PLO online. Well, when I do play poker, I play mostly Teamfight Tactics these days. Video game by Riot. But yeah, I've played a lot of live poker like all over the country, and once COVID hit, I started playing online a bit. Just a couple years ago. We got 3-0 with 3 deuce offsuit now. Not to be outdone by the 3-bet with 8-6 last hand. And Boss Harry flopping a nut flush draw, again flopping a flush draw. Christian flopping the backdoor flush draw in a gutter. Michael leading out on this board with a 10-7 offsuit. Absolutely nothing at all.
Ace.
You were good, ace high.
Oh, you got a 7-6, bro. Check these on that. Just in case you had something
Harry
like
hitting top pair. Definitely with nut flush draw. Don't always have to hit it. Don't always have to hit the flush draw. Hitting the ace often is good enough in no limit hold'em. Yeah. So if you want to know more about me, you can find me on Twitter, Ace of Poker, AESAH Poker. In there, I just put a link to my 2+2 thread. I have like one of the most viewed poker blogs ever on 2+2 there. I don't really write that much anymore, but between like 2013 and 2016, I wrote about poker pretty much every day, so you can read that. Quite a lot of stuff about me out there. Impossible says online poker is not poker, it's stupidity. Well, it just depends how you play it.
Was that a raise? That is a raise. You raised pocket deuces, you raised
Yeah, you can't look at people. You can't get like tells from facial expressions, but I think most of us would agree. I mean, the bulk of the game is still pretty much the same.
You have no reason to be scared. Check.
I mean, like for me, I mostly play live poker, so I do think it's a very important part of the game. But I wouldn't say it's more than like 20% of everything that goes into poker. That's just my opinion, of course. But so online poker still would retain like 80%, right? Of being the same game. Sam Gasparian says, let's go Casper. Rosa says, go Fabian. Got some fans out here.
Papa, you learning? These guys, they're all good players.
Hey, yeah, I would like that.
This is not, no, this is not over there. These guys are all dangerous. They're from the Amazon. They're from the poker Amazon.
$205.
Michael raising up King Deuce suited. Christian calling. It's back to Angel, who limped in there with pocket nines. See if he goes for a raise or a call here. Just for a call. Flopping middle set. Christian with ace jack, top pair, and backdoor nut flush draw. With Michael with a front door second nut flush draw. Definitely an action flop. Christian probably thinking that's the best hand, most likely. Give that. Michael was the one who raised pre-flop and checked it over.
It's nice and it's so beautiful. The weather is 600.
It's been good, yeah.
Christian in position, betting goes for a bet. Angel goes for a raise, and then Michael goes all in behind a bet and a raise.
With second up flush draw here, I mean, if you think you got some fold equity, definitely a good opportunity to potentially pick up a pot without a showdown.
Raise all in.
And if you do get called, you're always, unless you're up against exactly nut flush draw, you're gonna have some pretty good equity to win the pot anyway. So
We all in?
it's a nice semi-bluffing
You guys
hand.
doing anything or
Hold on.
once?
Oh, he only runs once.
Christian thinking Michael's been aggressive enough. He's got top pair, top kicker, and he goes with it too. Angel middle set, obviously not going anywhere with pocket nines. So we got three-way all in here. Queen of spades on the turn, good for Angel. As long as he fades a as long as he fades a diamond, it's gonna be. And graphics not showing the river, but yeah. Looking at the action, it looks like Angel is gonna pick this one up. He did have the most equity on the flop, but by no means was a lock to win this hand. So
Guys, Papa calls 5 minutes.
wow. So our first huge pot of the night. Angel scooping in the chips.
I don't have the button here. Can you guys get me a chip from here? Or ask Wayne. I think he took the microphone. Took the headset with him.
Alakine says a mask helps. Okay, so every time I've commentated, I'm not just trying to call just you out, because every time I've commentated, there's been at least 5 comments about masks. Let's see if we could get through. Let's see if we could get through this one without any more.
47 for Mike, 4,000 for Christian C5.
Daniel Kim says, Don, do you have a favorite hand apart from the usual in the YouTube chat?
Why don't you start moving?
No, unfortunately not.
Don't do it.
My favorite hand is just aces, because
4 hours show.
aces,
Should I give you 1,000?
I mean, I just like winning money.
Papa will give it.
It's,
Alright, you're first up.
yeah, I don't really have a favorite hand.
Got to make sure.
Somebody hook up Mike
So
a
the
little
show only
bit.
goes around 4 hours then?
30 to go.
Problem is, it
Yeah,
plays
good.
after the show, but then they
Still
start
playing,
shutting
right,
the lights
Christian?
off, change the
4,700.
cards,
It's still playing.
and then 50.
The whole thing.
And then it kills the buzz a little bit, you know. I always tell them, hey, leave the lights on, leave the
47,
cards.
4700.
Don't say when the show's over.
Yeah.
Just keep the flow, you
I
know.
don't think Casper's active yet, right?
No.
9-9 definitely did not fold, as you can see Angel seeing the 6 seat with a bajillion chips in front of him. That was definitely not from folding.
Got raised to 30.
The graphics might have messed up a bit, but he most certainly did not fold middle set
Call
there.
anyway. If the action does not change, you are required to stay within the same
And if
action.
he
you
calls?
previously- If he calls, then it's a call. Raise
Now
to
what do I
225.
do?
Now you can do whatever the hell you
Can I
want.
re-raise?
Sure,
How about fold?
sure.
I have a fucking hand.
I think our graphics. Okay, so I was told by JJ that our graphics were gonna die for like 20 minutes at one point. So I think that could potentially be now.
But,
So I'll try to follow the action as best I can, but I'm not sure how easy it's gonna be with these camera angles. So let's see how it goes.
You need mine too?
Daniel Kim says, Don, that's a very boring response. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't have. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, my man. Oh, our graphics? Maybe?
No, it was for him. I just gave him trips and he gave me.
Okay, but in PLO, there's so many different aces, right? So it's like you might,
Yeah, if you need to scan it.
people might have different hands that they think are the best.
So 550.
I think ace ace jack 10 double suited is the best. Some people like ace ace king king.
Who's doing the commentary today?
Don't know.
Are you gonna do it after the deal? You gonna go out?
Sure, I'm sure they'll love to hear what I have to say. 75.
You had a hand last hand, Harry? I had a. You had to go out, you had to move an
4 hours is the length of the
I'm
broadcast.
gonna go today.
So it goes till about 6.
Anonymous says favorite hand is the winning hand. True. In any given hand, I want the winning hand.
75.
What's going on? By now, usually.
Fancy says he can't walk away from the table with all that money. I mean, he can, but I mean, if you're gonna play these stakes, you can't just walk away every time you win like one big pot because
Do you ever want to add on chip
you're just.
so I can
First thing
make
is
an
luck.
update?
I mean, what happens when you lose a big pot? Do you also walk away or do you keep playing?
Why, what happened on the button?
Typically, people are gonna play better when they're winning. So just like if you're losing, just not for everyone, but in general, if you're losing, you know, your brain is you're gonna be thinking about that. You're gonna be a little distracted. We call this tilt in poker, of course. It affects everyone to varying degrees. So usually it's good to keep playing when you're winning.
$5.
Krenz also says it's poor etiquette and you won't get invited to good tables if you do that. I agree as well. I think if you are someone who commonly likes to leave right after they win a big pot, people definitely don't like that. Personally, I don't really think it matters. Like to me, $5 is $5. I don't like. Who cares? But like a lot of people are like emotionally attached to it as like their money, right? And they want to try to win their money back that they brought to the casino. So definitely frowned upon in the poker community. Although personally, I don't think it makes that much sense, but
150.
I do recognize that it is disliked.
You played this hand.
Yeah, so we got Christian here raising up with a king jack, but just giving it up. Not choosing to do anything against Mo. And pretty smart, as Mo did have a pair, and probably would not have worked unless he went for like a triple barrel or something.
If there's poker art gallery,
What are the chip denominations? Great question. The pink ones are 100. The yellow ones are 5. The purple ones are 25. Those are the main ones. The slightly bigger chips, I'm not sure you can tell. The gray ones are 1,000. And then the light blue are $1.
in a million.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
poker.
like, are there
Sorry.
around poker? I'm sure there are.
Fenxy says, I'm new to poker, so don't really know how it works. So basically, if you win a big pot, don't leave right away, basically. Just like, unless like you really have to go, obviously, then that's fine. But there are certain players who will play like every day, and they'll win a big pot, and then they'll go home immediately right after. That's not good etiquette. Yeah. Not Nadwar says, is there an unwritten time limit? I think if you just play like a couple more orbits, it's fine, in my opinion. It's different for everyone, right? Like the guy you beat might think that you have to stay until... He might be upset if you leave before you give it all back to him, but hey. We got a 3-bet from Ace-Queen off here against Jeremy, 8-7 suited. Jeremy thinking about it. Definitely been a lot of 3-betting at the table, but Fabian actually has a hand here. Jeremy just goes for a call. Takes the flop with the 8-7 suited. Flopping bottom pair, Fabian flopping top pair, plus a decent backdoor flush draw. Usually definitely going to want a continuation bet on this board in Fabian's spot. A lot of possible draws out there. A lot of possible hands that can turn equity. Even with Jeremy's hand, no backdoor flush draw. He's still got 21% from the possibilities of turning 2-pair backdoor straights. So yeah, Fabian getting some value from his hand right away. 2 flush draws out there. Again, same thing for Fabian. Definitely a lot of draws that he can get value from. Can't imagine Jeremy continuing against another bet on this board. It's hard to imagine what your opponent could 3-bet you with, and then a pair of 8s being good.
Right.
Yeah, that far hand was Congo on the 7 deuce, I think.
The worst side says if you're worried about losing money, just don't put it in a pot. That reminds me of like that meme of like the black guy like tapping his forehead. It's like can't lose your money if you don't put it in the pot.
It's gonna be like ESPN initially.
That's true, they might have rates.
Damn, that's a good strategy.
I don't know how it works exactly, but yeah, they probably would.
Log Ganker says it's only an issue casinos aren't going to do anything. Yeah, no one's going to like do anything. But you know, it's considered polite to like play a couple more orbits, like if you just stack someone before like racking up and going home. So it just depends how you value that, right? Like if you are a complete sociopath with no regard to what other people think of you, then yeah, by all means do it.
The worst guy says it's not illegal in Twitch chat. Yeah, definitely not illegal.
Check.
Flop checks around. Harry's got the best of it with middle pair. Angel picking up a flush draw on the turn.
100.
Harry going for some value with the flop checking around, thinking a 10 here is probably good, which it is. Angel looking for this flush on the river. He does not hit it, but he does have position. Let's see if he wants to take it away with his 8 high. It looks like he's going for it. Doesn't want to check back 8 high. Harry's sitting here with third pair now, thinking maybe Angel could have rivered an ace with like a nut flush draw potentially. Maybe he could have king queen for a straight, but Harry doesn't believe him. Goes for the call, and it's good. Great call with the 10 there. Like the aggression from Angel as well.
Papa, I told you play good.
If you're ever going to bluff this river, 8 high is a pretty good hand to use to do it with. Rocky Mountain Oracle says, I can predict the future of the stream. Yeah, can you let me know? Because I'm not a prophet, so I would love to hear what the Oracle thinks of the future of the stream. 6 Pass says people generally just don't give you action if you're known to hit and run. Yeah, that's a good point too. It's like, even if you are the kind of person that like you don't care what people think of you, I mean, like,
Harry, stop it.
I mean, again, like, everyone has different motivations playing poker, but let's just say theoretically your motivation is to win as most money as possible. Keeping the people that you're playing with happy is part of doing that.
That was a baby, but turned out to be like the other baby.
That is definitely important.
Hey, don't go spilling all our public affairs.
The worst guy says, poker is a mental sport. If you take my money, I want a chance to win it back. At least play me for my money and put yours in the rat hole.
Everything's rough.
Yeah,
50 Shades of Harry.
yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I think a lot of people, like, if you, to me personally, if you bring $1,000 or you win $1,000 to me, it's the same. Like, it literally is completely interchangeable. But there definitely are a lot of people who consider it, who are more attached to it if it's theirs and they want to win it back, and that is why hit and running is considered bad etiquette.
2,700 and C5 is playing 4,000.
Hit and running, of course, would just be leaving right after winning a big pot.
Please,
Like an avocado, put in a little bit of balsamic sauce.
Angel, can you have it so that
But
the
kebab
1,000
is
chips
good,
are on
chicken
top or in
kebab,
front?
chicken kebab is
Thank you very
okay.
much.
Arugula salad is good if you like sushi seared. Arugula salad is like, yeah, but it's seared. It's got.
Low Ganker says, keep the fish happy in Twitch chat. I'd actually like to take that a step further. How about keep everyone in your life that you come into contact with as happy as you possibly have the power to? Of course, you can't change everyone's life, but why not try your best? Christian flopping a dominated flush draw here. Third nut flush draw, but dominated by Fabian's nut flush draw. Casper with top pair. A spade on the turn could definitely be fireworks. Expecting all these players to want to see a turn card, which they do. Christian turning a middle pair as well. Expecting all these players with these hands to want to see a river, unless something crazy happens. For one bet, I would expect everyone to want to see a river, but with a pair and flush draw or second nut flush draw, could definitely see someone going for an aggressive like raise here. Fabian facing a bet and a call in front of him. One danger of raising is running into a nut flush draw, but otherwise, as we saw Michael do earlier, second nut flush draw definitely is pretty good hand to semi-bluff with. No spade. Casper still with the best hand, with a flop top pair. And he'll take it down. $2,000 pot going to Casper.
Well, this was one of those good ones.
The worst I asked, how can Christian win with 12%? I didn't see it. Was Christian was the one with a 9, queen 9? He could have hit a queen or a 9, so he had 5 outs? He had 5 outs, yeah.
There's a good shortcut for equity called like rule 4 and 2. It's not perfectly accurate, but basically if you're on the flop, multiply your outs by 4. If you're on the turn, multiply your outs by 2. So 5 outs times 2, roughly 10%. Not exactly the same as 12, but pretty close. Yeah, he could hit a queen for 2 pair or a 9 for trips.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Rocky Mountain Oracle in YouTube chat says, once you see the reputation that people get when they lock it up, you will never lock it up. Yeah. I mean, as human beings, we live in a society, and we generally want, for the most part, we generally want people to like us, and we want to make other people happy, so.
Not 3,000.
Yes,
Oh,
You got 3 behind?
3,000, yeah.
I wasn't sure how much you had behind me.
But it is up to everyone to make their own decisions with regards to that.
King high flush draw.
King 8 of spades.
Christian raising it up. He's got the best ace out there, Sean with pocket 5s. Flopping a set. Got a lot of sets now. Let's see if there's action. Not much of anything for Christian or Casper. I mean, backdoor, not flush draw. That's not that exciting on a queen 5-8 rainbow board. Sean gonna go for value for his hand on the flop. Definitely a lot of people like to slow play sets here, but I think betting is usually going to be the best play just because the size of the pot will grow exponentially. And starting to build it on the flop, getting 3 streets in instead of 2 streets. If you check back, he's in position. Is just going to be a lot better, even though sometimes you're not going to get any value. Casper does go for the call with the ace high and the backdoor nut flush draw. Turns to open ender.
470, sorry, 375.
Sean going for value again. Casper once again with a call with the open ender now with the ace high. Ace high potentially beating some bluffs out there like straight draws like Jack 10, 10-9, Jack 9, those type of hands. Casper not hitting it. He's just got ace high here. Flush backdoor flush draw gets there. Does he want to make a play at it? He just goes for the check. Sean, I think he's got the best hand here. Someone with queens up probably would have raised him on the flop or turn most likely. So have to imagine Sean thinks he has the best of it. And looks like he goes all in, goes for max value, maybe hoping that Casper has a queen and is unable to let it go, or maybe hoping Casper has a flush. Sean did show down a big bluff earlier, so Casper's pretty suspicious here, even with ace high on a flush board.
That's the only thing I'm pretty much losing to.
Anthony says, is there a limit to how much they can buy it for? No, there's not. Looks like Sean's aggression earlier on the stream potentially getting him paid here, but this would be a really, really tough call with ace high. Casper maybe thinking Sean is more polarized with a backdoor flush getting there. He's thinking, okay, you bet this flop. If you had a queen, would you go on here? Like, probably not with a flush out there. So maybe Casper thinking, hey, maybe ace high could be good here, but good lay down by Casper. It was. But yeah, Sean getting 2 streets of value for his set. Not bad.
Not bad it's not in his range.
Mad Quick Chess says, wonder if everyone knows the rule of 4 and 2. Well, everyone watching the stream does now, so you can use that to your advantage next time you are trying to. You have to know how to calculate pot odds too, otherwise it's not going to help. It doesn't help you to know your equity unless you know how to do the pot odds, which is really easy as well. It's just the bet you're facing plus the size of the pot divided by. Sorry, that is a denominator. The size of the pot divided by the size of the pot plus the bet you're facing. And then if your equity is more than that, facing it all in, it's a call. If it's less than that, facing it all in, it's a fold. If you're not facing it all in, there's a lot of other factors. Obviously, like river play can affect it. Sometimes a lower equity hand, like a nut flush draw, where it's very clear. If you hit
the river or not can be better than a lower equity hand, or a higher equity hand, like a small pocket pair, where it's like no matter what happens on the river, you're just hoping it goes check check. So like the potential to get a future value bet, what we call implied odds, can be better than just having higher equity straight up.
Papa, can you give him 2,000 in white?
Yeah.
Please? Like, yeah.
Christian going for a
Just count it out, yeah?
ambitious early position raise with a 10-4 off. Folds it to the 3-bet from Fabian. Fabian also with a light 3-bet with an ace-7 off. Sussing out Christian's loose pre-flop play and taking advantage of it there.
Isaac, I'm throwing this 1,000 chip back.
Yep.
Easton Bartholio says Fabian all the way. Yeah, nice play from Fabian to pick up $100.
Papa, 200 too much.
Get Work Kid 69 says just muck the hand. Why are you tanking? The guy overpod the river and you got ace high. Come on, dude. I've definitely seen hands where the guy called with worse than that and have won the pot, right? So it's like you never know. Like obviously we can see that Sean had a full house there, but like you never know. If you're actually sitting there, you don't know what your opponent has. You know, if you think your opponent is on a bluff, ace high could be good. And I mean, if you've played poker for any decent amount of time, I'm sure you've seen a hand where ace high was good in a spot like that. So. Christian raises up, Michael calls, flopping top pair and a flush draw. Christian just checking it back with a lower flush draw and some showdown value. Michael going for some value with his hand on the river. And Christian will look him up with a pair. Give that checked all the way.
Papa, give him change.
Michael getting some value with his top pair.
Yeah, if I could get 9 back, then I could give you this. I owe you 100.
Mo 10-9 suited. Raising it up. Christian defending with a Jack-10 off. Dominating hand pre-flop. 70% versus 30%. Each of them flopping a gut shot on a pure spade board with no spades, so not really a good hand. Expecting whoever puts in the last bet is probably going to take this. Look like we got a bet and a call on the flop.
I might recognize those guys.
Christian actually with the best hand with Jack high if it does get checked down somehow. Kind of don't think these guys are going to let it check it down though.
Wayne.
So you bet under, he called.
No, he bet I called it.
Oh.
Yeah, Mo with a 10 high betting and taking down the pot.
Oh, you bet 200. I apologize, I didn't see it. 200 is the bet.
Where's Candy? I haven't seen Candy in a while. You talked to her?
Not outside the game, no. She was here last time I played.
The worst in Twitch chat. Still talking about the hand potential ace high river call for all in. Says in the long run bad call. I think it's very difficult to say anything about like in the long run about an individual hand because there's so many factors. You could say that yeah, if you're calling your stack off with ace high, in general, that's probably not going to be good. But like in an individual hand, there's so many different factors that Casper is looking at there that could sway his decision one way or the other. And like I already mentioned, I've definitely seen
much lighter calls be good.
Limp check direction.
Well, so is everyone if they've played a lot of poker, I'm sure.
Very close. $25. So I got that same thing. That's it. Check it up.
Angel top pair, checking it all the way to the river. Out of position, 3 ways, just goes for a check.
They're good enough, Papa, or no?
Harry going for an overbet, and Angel actually just giving out the top pair. Nice bet from Harry, getting
Or you want to buy it?
getting through there with just queen high.
Is it already passed?
Yep.
Yep. Deal me in, please.
Yep. No worries.
I'm the big guy, huh? Oh.
You're both 60.
Come here.
The 55 goes center. Alright, and then you're first to X, so you call 5, raise or fold. What's up?
1 card.
Alright. Uh-oh.
I think.
Check your pocket.
I now got confident.
Why don't you count the deck first, dealer?
Who has 3 cards?
I don't know what's going on here. This might be the aforementioned part where our graphics die, potentially.
36?
Yeah, she needs 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7.
Either way, it looks like Fabian and Harry are intently staring at something on the other end of the table.
It didn't fly out, right? Give me a con.
You better double count. Yeah, double count.
The worst die says you have to remember the war started over $60. I don't know what that is a reference to, but I think in general, I think that's a very true statement for a lot of things in life. Where something, I guess the term that I'm familiar with is turning, making a mountain out of a molehill.
Impressively. Alright. Second time's the charm, right?
The worst die says the main pot. Yeah,
So you're under the
definitely.
gun.
That's why.
You can call, raise or fold. This is all.
Yeah, that's usually why you want to have good equity at the start of the hand, because that's going to carry over into the end of the hand.
75.
Yeah, the blinds, true. The blinds are important. Basically, every single hand is fighting over the blinds. And yeah, eventually they do build into these big pots. If blinds didn't exist, then there would be nothing to stop a player from just folding every time unless they had aces. Rip LATV graphics says, I can also predict the future of the stream. Wait. Wait a second. Sean's in here with a 7 deuce offsuit. Looks like it was a limp pot pre-flop. Michael flopping a open ender. Just gonna bet it and take it down. Sean not really wanting to fight for it against the overbet with just middle pair on a 6-7-8 board, where could potentially already be drawing dead.
Really close. $200. Players.
It's like we got some multi-way action here. Jeremy flopping bottom set, but unfortunately for him, actually Harry's got a flush draw. I was gonna say no one's got anything to pay him off, but Harry definitely does with a second flush draw. Drawing pretty close to dead. You see the graphics showing he has 1%. Michael floating in there with a queen 10 as well. Maybe potentially looking to make a play at it. Jeremy turning quads. Just really hoping someone has a king here. Like, gonna go for max value, but unfortunately for him, no one does. Michael making a play at it though.
Got out cheap.
Representing the king, which unfortunately for Michael, is right into quads. Again, when you're in there at the table, you never know what your opponent has, so definitely like the aggression from Michael, but it's not going to work here. Jeremy looking at this, probably thinking that Michael is likely to have a king. Personally, I would just go for a call, as if they do have a king, they're going to bet again on the river, and if they have a bluff, like in this case, if you rear raise, they're going to fold, but if you just call, you give them a chance to bluff again. One merit to raising is that they have a flush draw, but I don't think they're going to call with a flush draw, even if they have one. Jeremy does go for the raise, and Michael with queen high, I mean, can't imagine he got any decisions here but to let it go.
Aman abim burada per met drone in John Mish Turner. Save money. Well, yeah, obviously.
The worst die says no money quads. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it was a bet on the flop and then a bet and a raise on the turn. So not bad. $2,700 pot in a $50, basically a $50 blind game. So kind of like, in my mind, I think of it as like, if you think of $50 as a blind, it's basically a 50 big blind pot. So definitely not bad. Obviously not as good as if someone has a king there, but definitely would not be unhappy to win that size of a pot against queen high. Pete upsells, what did Jeremy 4-bet to? So yeah, it looks like Jeremy bet for 300 and Michael raised 900 and Jeremy went all in for about 3,500 total. Roughly, that's what it looked like to me. And then Michael, obviously with queen high, just had to let it go. Display lagging behind in real time. Yeah, I think we're having a little technical difficulties, so apologies for that. Alex Tume says, is he worried that the river gets checked back? Doesn't a bluff fold anyway? And a king always bets the river? I guess. I mean, as I said earlier, personally, I think calling is better with quads there because the king is going to get bet anyway. And a bluff is just going to fold. But I guess if you think your opponent has a hand like, potentially like pocket queens, for example, that is a hand that could be like block bet raising the turn and then checking back the river. Whereas if you jam on the turn, I kind of think they're probably going to fold a hand like pocket queens anyway. But that might be a way to get value from that where they might check back the river.
I say Cosmo actually sometimes, so.
But yeah, that being said, like I said, I prefer a call there.
What's the line on Georgia doing it all?
Well, I don't know, but their Alabama game, they're like 6.5.
I think it's 275 right now. They bet Georgia to win it all. Close your eyes.
Do you think they cover against Alabama?
P-Dub says, obviously putting him on a king that he couldn't fold. I think if he has a king, you're going to get all the money in either way, in my opinion, against most players. So I think if he does have a king, it really doesn't matter what action you take. So you want to focus on the other parts of his range. Definitely a lot of people flopping sets today, though. All right, is this the future of the stream? Riff LATV graphics. Is this the future that was foreseen by the YouTube chat oracles? Kind of looks like it could be. If our graphics are down, I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? Looks like we got a multi-way flop here, King 9-5. King 9-5 is kind of an interesting flop, as almost any like connected hand has a gut shot. For some examples, Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10 of course, and then all the ones between the 9 and 5, 8-7, 8-6, 7-6. So it's kind of interesting. Also, any of those turn cards brings a potential straight. Anything between a 5 and a king. That being said, in no limit hold'em, you know, like a offsuit 7, that's not really a scary card. You're not really thinking someone has exactly 8-6 that often, especially because the type of player who is going to continue 8-6 multi-way on this flop, you're also assuming they're going to continue like Queen Jack, Queen 10, and all those other things, right? So it's much more likely that even if they were drawing to a gut shot, it's much more likely that they're not hitting the 7 exactly. So theoretically, if you're to value bet a hand like Ace King, the 7 shouldn't be that scary, even though it brings a potential straight. It also doesn't bring that many 2 pairs unless someone has like exactly 9-7 or 5-7. Some of those might fold the flop. And once again, if they are calling the flop with a hand like 9-7, it's much more likely they don't have 2 pairs. Much more likely they have a hand like Queen 9, Jack 9, 10 9, 9 8.
Same hand. Yeah.
But yeah, I think our graphics are going to be down for 20 minutes. For about 20 minutes from now. So yeah. Whatever you guys want to talk about in chat, it's our time.
I guess I get to see what you guys have later. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, exactly.
Provident Loans says, has the graphics been down all night? I think they just went down. They're supposed to be down for about 20 minutes, and they'll come back. That's what I've been told by the prophets. That yeah, sorry about that, guys. I guess I'll just talk about these flop textures. This is pretty much the only thing I can see. This looks like a limp pot.
Yep.
Or maybe heads up single raise to pain. 10-5-3. 10-5-3 two-tone. You don't expect people to have open enders that much because it's 4-6 and 2-4. A lot of players aren't even playing those suited hands, but definitely like not that many players are playing like the offsuit hands. Like not that many players are playing 2-4 offsuit or 6-4 offsuit. So like open enders are not as dangerous.
course, any two-tone board has some flush draws. VP Saline says, does Harry ever bluff? Yeah, I mean, Harry is a regular on the show and has bluffed many times on Live Bike. I think we saw him bluff Angel off of top pair not that long ago with Queen High, maybe like 15 minutes ago.
He's having a rough one, so.
What?
He's having a rough one, so.
He's having a breakdown.
Aaron Wilson Music says, got a favorite hand to play bluff with? So I think in any situation, I guess like going from like a theoretical perspective for poker, in any situation you should have some hands that are bluffs and some hands that are value bets. So the best hands to bluff with typically pre-flop or on the flop are hands that have equity even if they're called. So like good hands to 4-bet with, for example, like suited aces, because even if you get called by a hand like pocket queens, you have a chance to outdraw them. On the flop, you know, stuff like, let's say backdoor flush draw plus bottom pair. Again, even if you're running into like top pair, you have a couple outs of trips, 3 outs of 2 pair, some backdoor equity potentially. And on the river, the best hands to bluff with, there's a couple things, but I would say like the worst showdown hands, like if you have 8 high, like you missed a draw or something, that's always a good hand to bluff with because you probably can't win by checking, whereas like if you're considering bluffing with a hand like ace high, well, you might just win by checking anyway, so you kind of waste some of the anytime you make a bluff, you're risking that many chips. So like if you would have won by checking, then you're kind of like taking extra risk in a sense because you're not getting as much benefit. Well, you're taking the same amount of risk, but you're not getting as much benefit, I guess, is a better way of phrasing that. So, yeah, I guess the best hands to bluff with would be by the river or like low showdown hands. Another factor is blockers. It's not as significant, but I would say, like, let's say you're chasing a flush draw and you don't hit it on the river. In like a 3-bet big pot, you could potentially say that like, okay, because you have the missed flush draw, it makes it less likely your opponent has a missed flush draw. Alright, we do have some graphics now, that's good. Looks like we got a 3-bet from Michael with a 7 deuce, nice. That is, okay, 7 deuce is a great hand to bluff with. Basically shows them that you're a baller. Jeremy flopping a flush draw here, though.
What? Really?
Just calls in position.
I'm from Montana, so it happens all the time.
Oh, yeah? Interesting.
Last time, Michael, last couple times actually. Well, most recently, of course, Michael went against Jeremy, and Jeremy had quads. Maybe a little bit more hesitant here to do anything. Jeremy just checks it back, takes a free card, maybe try to hit flush, and going back to favorite hands to bluff with, I think Jeremy's spot here is a great hand to bluff with because he's got 9 high, but he doesn't go for it against Michael, probably thinking that it just wouldn't work, and it might not because Michael river to pair. Maybe Jeremy thinking Michael wouldn't be checking with showdown value, or wouldn't be checking without showdown value. So he just checks it back. But personally, I would have bluffed in Jeremy's spot. Don't know if it would have worked. Maybe, maybe not. Yep, 6969 says, what is the biggest cash game win on Live the Bike? I have no idea.
That sounds like something else, man.
Probably, I don't know. Probably a lot. I'll just go with that. But yeah, I don't actually know.
No,
Naughty and nut.
Wasn't a
All in the
conversation.
same.
says the person that
Also, when I say, as with always caveats, like whenever, anytime I would say like I would play a hand a certain way, that's me looking at the hand just like purely based on the action up from the booth. But anytime you're at the table, you have a lot more information, right? I mean, this is basically the difference between live and online poker. So obviously these guys at the table are using that information to influence their decisions. So of course, if I were at the table, then maybe I wouldn't. Maybe I might like see the same things the players in the hands are seeing and play the same way they would. Christian flopping a gut shot here. Not much of anything for anything else. Anyone else? Michael turning top pair.
Not a great kicker, but probably thinking he has the best hand. Just goes for a check. Harry rivering the nuts. He's going to go for some value. Expecting a call from Michael with a top pair after it's checked all the way from the river to the river. Yeah, unfortunately from him.
No, for sure. Fold.
Harry did hit the runner nut straight.
I don't know how to play it. I don't know how to fucking play it there.
There you go. You gotta ask for it when you get it. My turn to learn.
Okay. Hey, Wayne. Wayne.
Don't be so rude. He's in a conversation.
Cumulative winnings, really quiet night in terms of shakeups. In terms of big losses or big wins.
Yell at him.
Let me do it for you.
Okay, well, okay.
You don't know.
No one at the table with more than 2,500, which would basically only be half a
I
buy-in.
don't know how to be a
I'm surprised
Absolutely correct.
Angels isn't higher because he won a three-way all-in that
Is there any way we get food service?
I would have thought would be. I don't remember him losing any like really big hands, so I would have thought it'd be bigger than that. But I don't know. Maybe the graphics are wrong. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. Either way. Either way, yeah, we've seen a lot of aggression, but we haven't really seen anyone. We haven't really seen too many all-in pots besides that one the three-way that Angel won.
I fold. Suited too.
I have two of something.
Yes, pocket ace are good. He gets away with murder.
Brandon says, I was going to fly to LA to play this game after I heard he was playing, but I sent my boy Harry instead.
Well, the original ones.
Good, right?
There's original ones from the 70s, Murder, She Wrote. He's Murder, He Wrote.
Wait. After you heard who was playing.
This is more episodes, you know.
Okay.
This is not a movie.
Alright, so you're in the beginning. You're in
Well,
But I know which one you're talking about. Listen,
insurance policy or something.
it's always the husband, man. Anytime some shit goes down, it's always him that does it.
Like that guy from
45.
Florida, what's his name? The girl in the national park.
Connor Rash says, I'm Fabian's coach. Let's go, Fabian. Looks like we got a lot of fans of Fabian out here in the chat.
He's not making any more money, and then there's insurance. Otherwise, it's
Or the
usually
Gucci movie.
or
I saw that
it's
yesterday.
usually the husband that kills the wife. The Gucci one, you know, I wanted to see that
It's
with
okay,
my wife.
it's
I
okay.
haven't seen it. It's not that great.
It's not that great.
Oh, I'm a big fan.
Michael flopping top pair
What's her name?
after raising pre-flop, going for a continuation bet.
Yeah. My wife has
Sean
a lot of
defending
this
with
stuff
middle
and
pair.
stuff.
Pretty standard
She
stuff
has
so
a
far.
Clearback, Louis Vuitton Clearback. It was worth a lot of money.
Now it's gonna be worth even more.
Michael's got no kicker to his ace. Checks it over.
Yeah, but
Would expect Sean to check it back. He's got kind of the medium strength hand where like if he bets, it's unlikely someone folds the better hand
Jared Leto
and or calls with the worse hand.
I feel like the story wasn't that great. It was kind of boring, a little long. There was like
200.
the guy changed.
Michael going for some thin value with his ace on the river. Nice value bet.
Yeah.
But a crazy story though. Crazy.
Definitely would see some players check it back in that spot, but Michael correctly reading he just has the best hand, so
Part documentary and part.
why not go for a bet?
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't put a lot of emphasis in the story, you know?
Yeah, I think it might have been a book before or something, but I don't know.
Oh, I hate to
The
make
books
this
are
down.
definitely always better.
Sean thinking about it.
Turn. I don't think you have an ace. Check on the turn, maybe river comes.
He's got a good bluff catcher, but
Huh. I don't know,
is
man.
Michael bluffing? We know he's not.
Nice.
Jeez.
Good lay down.
Give the guy $200, man. The guy's losing every buck. Put a couple bucks in there.
Good chips. Trying to play good poker.
Call.
Yeah. Makes sense. you really here analyzing, huh? I don't even fucking do all that shit. It's like
Jeremy, send
50-50.
send him to the booth.
Just check it.
Put it in there.
Check if
You win or you lose. That's it. Let's go on and make sense.
It's always.
Damn, this guy's like analyzing every streak shit. You guys got professionals here.
He's licensed.
Shit. You see this shit, Jeremy? They're thinking even more than you. And you're the
It's not
pro.
very big. It's not very big.
And you're the pro. And you're supposed to be the pro. Oh shit. Oh.
Another fan of Fabian, Jack LaPlante in the
Mo,
in the chat.
25 to you, buddy.
Let's go,
Can you handle
Fabian.
it? I know you brought some of that. Oh my God! Here we go. Jesus Christ! This
150.
fucking guy, man. Every time.
What do you want from
Every
me?
fucking time, bro.
Gamble.
Every fucking time. Deal me out. I'm gonna go smoke.
Okay.
Call. Papa, I'm telling you, play good. These guys are from the Amazon. I told you, very dangerous.
With good cards, I do.
Me, not dangerous.
With a good card. If I don't have no card,
Yeah, Papa, only play good card, right?
3-bet from Casper.
25.
Turning a flush draw. Good hand to go with a semi-bluff with. Gets Mo off the best hand. Oh wait, Mo, it looks like Mo does make the call. My bad. But now, really bad river for Mo. Now he's basically playing the board. Casper actually just has the best hand now. Mo decides he does not want to just check and lose. Goes for a bet. Let's see if Casper wants to look him up with Queen High. And I mean, Queen High, I would generally just fold here, of course. But going back to the previous hand where he was thinking about with Ace High, and we had a very lengthy discussion in the Twitch chat about it. Here's a spot where, yeah, calling Mo's overbet with Queen High on the river would have been good.
Yeah, I'd like to order too if you can get
Angel,
it
do you
down
want to
here.
post it?
But obviously can't play him for folding. Connor Rash says Fabian prefers the nickname Peruvian Powerhouse. Just FYI. All right. I mean, if his coach says so, then I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't bet.
What do you mean you didn't bet?
Bob, I didn't bet.
No, I'm saying if you're scared of pocket aces, then you
I
would have bet.
wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody wants to order, but let me put my order because I'm gonna go smoke. You know the salad, chopped salad with the carrot? 2 orders of salmon.
What's up, Bram? Hello from LA. Once again, we're at Bicycle Casino
Olive oil,
in the Los Angeles area.
sauce,
Playing 5-5-50 on Live the Bike. I'm Don Dean.
and lemon, order of lemon.
You can find me by my screen name, Asa Poker, AESAH Poker on Twitter.
So seat 8 wants to order, seat 1 wants to order, seat 5 wants to order. Seat 9, don't worry about it. All he wants is chips.
Say what?
He doesn't need food. He just eats chips. He's here to make money.
I'm good. How are you? It's pretty quiet right now. There's a lot of action earlier, but
Jeremy?
kind of just chilling now.
Change for this, please?
I'm gonna go smoke.
Yeah.
He's a funny guy.
It's going to be a live straddle for 50.
Anybody else?
Yeah, well, food, yeah. I mean, we're in the hand. You're leaving, ma'am.
Oh.
Brandon Stone says, I am Fabian's mental game coach for when he goes on tilt. Fabian has broken 9 monitors the past 3 months, so I have to start doing a better job. Wow.
25.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're doing a very good job, if you ask me. Fabian coming in with a 3-bet ace-5 offsuit. Or, sorry, it's a limp from Sean, a raise from Fabian, a 3-bet from Jeremy. Sean thinking about with pocket 8s. It looks like he's going to let it go. Reluctantly.
Fabian with the ace-5 offsuit. Not a good hand to continue against a 3-bet. Very easily dominated against aces.
So sick.
That good?
We got some more Fabian fans in chat. Dominique Schaefer Carreno
So sick.
says go Fabian.
Wow.
How can he lose with all the
Hit the right
support?
hand by raising. I would have called it 200 if you called it 200. Back pocket eights.
Wow.
That's so sick. Oh man, good raise. Oh,
Nice 3-bet from Jeremy with a Jack-10 suited. Taking it down pre-flop. Great hand to add to your 3-betting arsenal if you're not if you're not finding you have enough 3-bet bluffs. For whoever asked like what my favorite hands to bluff with earlier, it's a good one.
yeah.
Pre-flop.
50 to
Kick
go.
me in the knee or something, you know.
There's this box in the way, otherwise I
Yeah.
would.
God.
Peruvian Powerhouse raising out to $50.
I hope you have aces.
Call from Jeremy with the pocket sixes. Flopping the best hand, but
50's
probably going to have to fold against a continuation bet most likely on the queen-king board. Good board for the pre-flop aggressor. Very likely to have, much more likely to have those cards. As you would expect, someone in Jeremy's spot to be 3-betting hands like ace-king, potentially king-queen suited, ace-queen, and definitely like pocket kings, pocket queens. Bobby Renner says Fabian built the hospital he was born in. Wow. That's pretty impressive, actually. I've never heard of someone doing that before, but...
Five to call? Raise 25.
Sean raising up, king 9 suited.
Raise it up 100 to go.
It looks like they switched to like playing 5-5 for a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but just from the looks of it. Michael going for the 3-bet, a6 off. Christian cold calling the king-queen off. Michael flopping the best hand, although Sean does have the nut flush draw. A hand with lower equity, but potentially better to have as you can go for some value bets on later streets. Whereas Michael's never going to be really sure if he has the best hand or not, even though he does right now. Christian calling with a nut no pair on the flop with a backdoor second nut flush draw. Turning second pair. Turn checks through. Michael still has the best hand as the board bricks out. Sean thinking whether he wants to bluff at it. Kind of think he's not going to.
300.
Then Michael going for some thin value on this river.
Call.
Getting a call from Christian. Nice bet with the ace-6. Again, from a spot where a lot of players might be inclined to check it back, but he gets the value.
Sometimes at 100. 100, good one. I guess he's calling here, but
Clown Pusher says, "Well, if I told you there was a special place in Iowa where you could do all three?" I'm not sure what that means. It's kind of looking like it's a reference that I don't understand. Yeah, it kind of looks like they're playing like 5-5 right now. Sean raising up. Ace-8 off. Fabian call, Jeremy call, Michael calls. Christian goes for a big squeeze with a Queen-8 offsuit. Angel the cold call, pocket threes. Mo calls as well, Ace-10 off. Could definitely see a really big pot here, potentially. It's looking like a potential
One more yellow.
6-way flop.
Okay. 175. That's 170. Okay.
Alright, only 5 ways. Only 5-way flop. Jeremy flopping a flush draw, but Mo flopping the best hand with an Ace-10. Checks around. No one really that strong on the flop. Not super surprising it checks around. 2 flush draws on the turn. It looks like Mo's gonna go with a bet. He does have the best hand with an Ace-10. Pretty scary board to bet on against so many players in a 3-bet pot. Typically, I would not think Ace-10 is good here in Mo's spot. But he is good, and he does go for a bet. 2 flush draws out there, as well as like any 10, any queen, green, and a straight. So getting some having some protection for his hand definitely not bad. Forces Jeremy to fold a flush draw, for example. Christian to fold out a gut shot, and he just takes down a $1,300 pot. Jordan Kramer says, when will Squints make another appearance? I don't know who that is. You're going to have to ask Squints.
Yeah, 55. Oh, it was 125?
Peruvian Powerhouse raising up to 125. Everyone folds. It looks like they're going back to playing 5-5-50 then, I'm guessing. I'm not really sure what's going on with the straddles. Got a raise from Michael. 3-bet from Christian with a 9-7 suited. Cold call from the Peruvian Powerhouse. And Michael will let it go. So we go heads up to the flop. Christian flopping a flush. Michael not letting it go, as I can see he still has cards in his hand. My bad for the graphics. Christian going for a continuation bet. Really small. Fabian calling with a top pair. It's a good card for Fabian in the context of this hand. Might save him some money, as no longer does he have a great bluff catcher like he did before. Really bad card for Christian, who's flopping a flush, but now he kind of gets counterfeited in a sense. He still does have a flush, of course, but it's not as deceptive and it's not as strong as it was on the three club board. So Really unfortunate turn card for Christian. Still does win the pot though. Bo9 in Twitch chat asks, why is there so many 5-5-50 game? When's the next 50, 100, 200? I think it just depends what the players want to play. Personally, I don't organize like the stakes or anything, so I think there's just like a lot more demand. Maybe a lot more people's like bankrolls can support playing this game, where they might feel more uncomfortable playing a 50, 100, 200. That's just my guess, but I don't really know.
Raise 150.
Best way to organize structure a home game? Asks Voice Peak in Twitch chat. That is a question that I do not know the answer to, as I have never organized or structured a home game. I guess going back with my answer to Bo9 is whatever your players want to play.
Raise 200.
The Pride of Peru, another nickname for Fabian, raising it up on the button. Jack 8 offsuit.
150.
Getting called in 2 spots. Christian flopping the best hand with a bottom pair though. Ace King 7 rainbow board. Good board to continuation bet for the pre-flop aggressor. Fabian does go for it. Gets called by Christian. Checks it back on the turn. Christian turning a flush draw. Christian's still with the best hand with a 7. Fabian with Jack high. Let's see if he wants to make a play at the pot or just give up here. Fabian decides to just give it up. He does have some showdown value with the Jack high. It is like the nut no pair hand. Yeah, choosing not to make a bluff out here. Christian winning with a pair of 7s.
Fabian's at minimum 1,000. John, do you want a hint?
No, give me
So it's good. Close to rate.
Oh wait.
They're calling your raise. Raise to 100.
When you look at this card, I can't see it.
Okay.
Tell me how it is.
Pride of Peru raising it up. No one wants to play with him.
You were in Vegas?
Yeah, I think Sunday.
Traffic? Oh, were you flying?
Truck.
My friends left Sunday. They were in 10 hours.
You should come, at night, midnight or Monday morning.
Yeah, I came back Monday.
Playing 7-handed here. Missing Harry and Sean.
4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
We're both out for a walk. They still both got their chips at the table.
Good time for Vegas, but 10 hours is crazy.
10 hours.
Robbie Houston says, sometimes when I fart, I use it as a boost to hit a sick backflip. I wish I could do a backflip. Kind of jealous. Fabian raising it up, Queen 3 suited.
Raise to 100.
Looks like Angel's thinking about a defend or 3-bet here.
405.
Fop Ballard Records in Twitch chat says, sup guys, I'm in bed all moisturized up after getting 4th in an 08 turning online for 1.2k.
Where
Nice.
are you staying?
We're at Venetian.
That seems pretty good. Angel with aces, not getting any action against Fabian's
Grandma, so, like,
suited
we
queen.
kinda- it's like young, like popping, you know, they got all the stuff there, so the kids can do some few things. So they're a good time. They got this restaurant there called Major Domo. Have you ever been?
Major
Domo?
No.
Awesome. They got this short rib, it's like a Texas style short rib, it's smoked all night. It's so good.
Nice.
Yeah, you should try it one day.
My favorite restaurant there, I think it's in Plaza.
Clown on YouTube chat says, what makes one backflip sicker than another?
Awesome. Their steaks.
75.
It's a good question.
Christian, you eat sushi, right?
No, actually.
You do not eat sushi?
My wife
I guess I think like when, if you've ever watched the Olympics and all those people that do like gymnastics, like dives and stuff like that, there's all those things they judge it on, like form and like angle and landing, and like air time. I guess all of those will be factors.
Okay.
Wow, what a crazy food.
Mo and Christian both flopping gut shots here. Mo with a better gut shot, although Christian does have the ace, which gives him a better made hand.
I think I've said it before.
Pretty relevant, as the ace is actually the best hand on the flop. Angel with the most equity, though, with a flush draw.
No. In America,
Everyone goes to the turn. Mo turning top pair.
it's called Zuma.
Angel turning a gut shot to go along with his flush draw.
I know it's a big statement, and I back it up.
Checks to the river now. Angel making the best hand by the river with a pair of queens. Goes for a small value bet.
They had some sort
Gets
of
looked
like
up by Mo.
live. What was it? They had some sort of live thing that they just literally killed it in front of you. And like,
No, it's not that.
Kind of gnarly.
Not that one.
Well, as fresh as possible, right?
I guess so, yeah. It was literally walking around on your plate before.
I think that's why I don't eat seafood. I know, like, beef is cow, but
Grilled or anything?
it's not, like, right at the table.
You don't eat fish at all? Doesn't matter if it's grilled or cooked, no?
Nah, just don't like the ocean taste.
Not for that saltwater vibe.
Yeah,
Stick to the turf.
I'm chicken and beef guy. It's definitely a different texture for seafood, for fish. And it's usually cold. I know you can get, like, good salmon and all that.
$75.
Jeremy ace-9 suited here. Raising up, got a call from Christian in position with the king-2 suited. Both players flopping a backdoor flush draw. Jeremy with the best hand, ace-high. Pretty good board to put a continuation bet out on, as you don't expect many players to have a 6 or a 3 that often. As well as like not that many. Obviously ace-high can be good too. Jeremy turning backdoor flush draw. Great card for him. Continue bluffing on. I say he's bluffing, but he does have the best hand.
No, never. But I always plan to register.
Fat Bob Record says the bald dude with shades looks badass.
No,
Yeah, I agree.
Why is that? No,
His name is Michael, according to the graphics.
So,
Got a lot of stylish players on Live the Bike, to be honest.
sales tax.
I guess that is part of the
I think it's
part of the appeal.
value of the card.
Playing on televised poker is to show off your style.
If you collect 10 years old, you can get up to
JC Cushman asks, "Where is Garrett?" Well, I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Garrett.
every year. Wow.
So what is it to me?
$255.
If the car is 10 years or older.
It's a great state to have a business.
Where?
Montana.
Yeah? Why, there's no income tax or
It's less.
no state tax or both?
No sales tax, one. Number two,
300.
So how does the state fund itself for all the infrastructures?
Raise from Christian with a 7-3 suited.
Like what?
3-bet from Mo, pocket tens.
Texas,
Christian will let it go.
Texas do it, right? No, their property taxes are literally what, triple ours?
Who's
Not
this?
more? Texas?
Uh-huh.
So you guys, like,
There's
when
no
you go
income
buy something, you pay, like, 8% or something, right? Everything you buy. We don't have that there.
We're
But
10%.
But like our property taxes, we pay property taxes.
How much?
So it, I think
Like here, it's 1.5%.
Yeah, 1.5%.
Or 1.
Yep, saying he likes Harry style. Yeah, definitely a lot of stylish players out here.
Because
Yeah,
the
I
state
don't know.
needs money from somewhere to.
Property taxes, school levy taxes, I don't know, all kinds of shit. No sales tax.
Get a small one, perfect. There's the 75.
Christian raising up, 9-8 suited. Sean calling with a dominated club draw, 5 deuce, and end boss here in there with 5-4. This guy's looking for some low cards. Christian flopping the best hand with a open ender, backdoor nut flush draw, or backdoor flush draw, not nut flush draw. Potential nut straight flush draw. Not much of anything for anyone else. I'll let it go.
How's your brother-in-law? Who was here last time, Christian?
Brother-in-law.
How did he end up doing that night?
Robbie Houston asked, would I prefer honey mustard or regular mustard?
Stream, he kept playing.
I like honey mustard.
Yeah, you.
I like Dijon mustard the best though.
You didn't have a good session. I remember that.
Given JJ.
I know one of them you didn't win. I know one of them you lost a lot. Was it that one or the one
I
before?
think it was that one. Yeah, the last time I played, lost.
Does she have a?
The Mardi Gras mustard from Popeyes is pretty good. I always get that.
Before you go, how much does he have to pay to get in? Make it easy on her. 60?
55 center, 5 in front.
Is there a new one or a separate one?
Did you order food? You guys ordered food?
Yeah.
Everybody got ordered?
There it is, there. You see it and it comes.
Put this in your right ear.
Harry asking the table
What?
about food. Dude, will they bring me some food and wine? Can you guys text the guys on the floor and tell them to bring me some?
Here. You know I always sit here.
This goes around your ear.
You don't know?
OC Dog says, do you have any gray poupon? I'm assuming that's a wine, but I don't actually know what that
Put my
is.
back?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
They can't hear you. The mic is
So I'll have to say, I don't know.
You can just leave
If it is a wine though, the bike does have like a
just leave this
bunch of
table.
different kinds, so.
And then just clip that. Sure. You should be able to hear you. Ask them if they can hear you. If they say yes, then you're good.
Do you hear me okay? Hello?
Testing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, this part stays. Well, hello, everybody.
Hello.
No pressure.
No question. Now with all the mess, okay.
All right, Mo. You got what you wanted. Let's see what you can bring to the table.
Yeah, no more fucking excuses now.
Mo's
Mo.
been winning some serious pots.
P-Dub says, how old is this guy? 12. He
Yes,
doesn't
is
know
that
what gray
I was
poupon
supposed to
is.
be winning? No,
I'm
500, I'll go
33.
back. No, I'm
I
not
don't know what gray poupon is. Is that wine?
So what's the deal here with the wine? He's
60
buying?
here.
Okay, they're telling me it's mustard. Dude, I don't know. What?
You buy the
Is he?
bouton.
Who knows what that is?
Baby. Right, baby?
Damn it.
You're buying the bun?
Yeah.
Oh, you-
Yeah, I'll buy it.
Oh, 1.6.
I would say for Twitter, Asa Poker is the best. For Twitter, Asa Poker, AESAH Poker.
Yeah, there's one behind there.
Okay. Just put it right there, yeah? What up, everybody?
Food's here, right?
75. 34.
34. Here you go.
Higher your dollar.
Thank you.
All right, gray poupon is not a wine. I'm informed by some people.
$2.
I'll take a glass of gray. Okay, guys, come on.
Not to the dealer.
Oh, I got
I'm not that young. I wish I was younger. Don't we all?
Oh yeah, very nice. Yeah, they gave you some nice pieces too.
The clown asks, one time I was in New York City, there was a dude with one leg on crutches and he could do backflips. That was pretty sick. Yeah, I think doing a backflip on one leg is sick.
They're gonna have to answer.
Thank you. What is it?
Answer. Send it back.
They're gonna have to answer to the man. And the man is downstairs.
The man comes around.
The man is downstairs.
Famous commercial. All right, I'll look it up after the show.
Jeremy? Yeah.
If I were in charge of the show, I would just like show it during like some downtime, like when the dealer's shuffling the cards. But I don't know how to do that. Also, I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. So we follow all the rules here.
Yeah, he was there every day.
Peruvian powerhouse raising up with a mystery hand. Christian flopping backdoor flush draw plus a gut shot. Jeremy flopping worse backdoor flush draw, and then not really anything with his pocket pair.
Sweetheart, where's my
Continuation bet. King high boards are good for continuation bets. Again, like you're not expecting your opponents to have ace king or like kings when pre-flop razor. You could definitely have those hands. Christian turning a pair to go with his gut shot. Fabian checking it back. Christian rivering, probably the best hand, unless Fabian has exactly ace queen. See how he wants to play this.
Who's this, Mom? I hope you guys not talking about me.
James. Chinese guy. He's a very nice guy.
Goes for a pretty big value bet.
White hair, James?
No, not CD James.
Might have been tempted if it was just the 25.
And NLH Zuka.
Thank you.
Fabian, mystery hand, giving it up.
I can't remember. You have half
We can
time,
say for sure he did not have ace queen.
I had king 10. I shoved all in on the flop. He called. And then we ran it twice. He hits us straight on
Fat
the
Bob
first
Record
board.
says, can you
He
shout
had
out
he had a draw.
from my
And
friend
he
from
counted
Bavaria?
And the second board, obviously, I had two pair. I won, but
I don't know,
we chopped it
bro.
up.
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, good shot.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah.
Bavaria was hard enough to begin with. That next thing is even harder than Grey Poupon. I don't know how to pronounce Grey Poupon either. Given that no one in chat made fun of me for it, I guess I said it probably correctly.
Okay, raise 100.
Christian got me into that. Pretty much.
One of these days, can we do jackpot? Because I feel like I'm gonna hit it. I could use the money, believe me. You guys think I have money. You guys have no fucking idea.
Sean raising up. This time, mystery hand from Sean. Against Christian. Christian's got nothing.
Is there a game Thursday, Wayne?
Throwing away on the flop. We'll never know what Sean had.
Oh, not tomorrow, right?
What happened
What
to
do
the
you
button?
think, Fabian? Oh, yeah, it's good.
Oh, I was like,
What?
wait a minute.
Some Tabasco. Some the drops.
Haven't seen any really big pots recently. Hopefully we'll have something exciting coming up. That's a good start. Ace King offsuit from Casper.
100.
Oh, you did. Time, please.
There we go.
Christian fine.
Done.
Oh, sorry.
Angel with a queen jack suit calls and then checks in the dark.
Check.
Pretty good board for ace king unless your opponent has a pocket pair. You're pretty likely to be ahead with ace king high. Just goes for a continuation bet, protects his equity, wins the pot.
Hey, where's Kitty Cat today?
She's not here. She's busy.
You want broke or what?
Fat Bob Records asks, "What's in that salad?" I don't know.
Too many bags. You sure?
I do not know.
Huh?
You sure?
Too many baggage.
Player $3. Or,
At least knows how to get a job like me, alright?
I fucked up. I should have got some roasted pine nuts.
Dominic says, "I want some of that salad." Yo, did any of you guys tell them to bring me something yet? You guys helping me out here?
So you easy so you don't get your hands dirty. What? It's easy peasy, you don't have to get your hands dirty.
155 raise. Going for a little odd number, mixing it up. Get your opponents thinking. Casper limped in with jacks. Looks like he could be definitely thinking about a limp raise here. Makes it 900.
8 or 900.
Back to the Pride of Peru. Just gonna let it go with the ace-10 off. It looks like it's gonna work out for Casper. Taking out a pretty big pot, no showdown, no flop. Not bad.
The young boys.
The clock could change the whole.
Yeah, I think the delay is 2 hours. So potentially some of these guys, as we are watching it, could not be at the Bicycle Casino right now. But chances are a bunch of them are still just playing poker somewhere else in the bike.
You watch the show usually?
Yeah, actions on you. Hold on. Actions over here. 75.
Did you watch last week's fight?
305.
It was a really good game.
It was a good game,
It
huh?
was a very good game. She hit pocket jacks set on the turn on the flop against me. Kitty. And I flopped Broadway. I think you were coming. No, it was Chris Miles. It was Chris Miles. His reaction was epic.
Looks like Michael winning a hand with a 3-bet pre-flop
So 2 hands before that, we go all in.
with the pocket queens.
Flop again.
So good.
2 hands before. $17,000
Very
prize.
good. I mean, it's amazing.
Big blind.
I flopped straight. Okay, so all in $17,000 pot. 3 hands later, I flopped Broadway against your
You
set.
just don't want to have it on there because they put the
$7,000
whole
pot.
thing.
Yeah, I saw that. You had the 6, 7 of spades.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what got you the first one.
You're blind.
Right?
Another color.
Oh, I thought those are the twin flags.
That's okay. $200.
Sorry.
Two Battling Glory says he missed his navel button. I'm not sure I know what that means.
You're big blind.
Actually, I'm definitely 100% sure I do not know what that means. Navel button.
Later this game or no? You watching this game?
Yeah, I mean, I
Who's
watched
the best?
most of the games.
Yes.
Small
I
blind.
think that all the big games moved over to
big game. What's up? No big game.
Here?
He missed unbuttoning his whole shirt. Oh,
Five cents.
I get it now. I'm a little slow, alright?
Harry.
Hold on,
Time, please.
I think it's every time he wins a big pot, he takes off another button.
What?
Because I think he had more of them when the show started.
Wayne, I'm gonna need new
Card
card.
control.
I think that's what's been going on anyway.
New card.
Don't open the
I got a
card
bad
yet,
card.
dude.
No, I won't.
Bo 9 asks, when's the next 100, 200? I don't know the answer to that. Theoretically, there could be a schedule somewhere, but I don't know. Good luck. Nah, you're good, Battling Glory. That was a good joke, but I didn't understand it.
Call. 60 down. Oh, you want it to? 10 down.
Alright, looks like we got some 5-way action. Michael with a pre-flop aggressor with a king-queen suited.
5 players.
I'm a little confused about the straddle again. It seems like they're randomly not using the straddle. Angel flopping in bottom set here. Christian with top pair and a gut shot. Rainbow low flop.
100. 300.
Christian betting his top pair. Angel just going for a raise immediately. I like that with a set. A lot of turn cards can kill your action. Any ace, any 3, any 6. It's going to be hard to get value on any of those cards. Back to Christian, makes a call. Any 6? That's a, like I said, going to be a tough card. That would have been a tough card for Angel to get value on. And an 8, so now any 3 and any 7 is a straight. Expecting this to just go check check, which it does. Of course, Angel will win with a set.
Who was it? Oh, I was just about to say
Can I
third
just
You
favorite.
got the new card?
I had
I thought it was
It's a bad card.
Emmeline
Make sure we don't
Crap
get 2, 3 clubs in there.
saying go Casper.
You have
Got
one
got to
back?
counterbalance all the Fabian fans
You have
out
one of the
here.
cards back?
I felt like the entire chat was only Fabian fans. You can see we got some Casper fans out there.
I've heard.
I played that last night.
Was it a good game?
It was a good game.
2 drunk guys.
Oh, sorry, guys.
We got our entire table back.
25-50, right?
We changed it to a 25-50 afterwards.
How long
We
does
played
this normally
mostly,
go?
it was, yeah, 20, 40, 80, and then it went to 25-50.
Sometimes an hour, 2 hours.
They're gonna change the game.
Yeah, it went,
Was it a good game,
it
actually?
got wild. Anytime you get a couple of drunk guys in there, it's always.
Where do you drive your car?
Was that night?
Yeah, when it was last night.
75.
Started around, 8.
They have a casino there too.
8?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Is this a limp from Michael? Maybe taking a trick out of Casper's playbook here?
The next one is, Thursday, I believe. Thursday, Saturday.
Nope, just going for a limp call.
Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
I don't, against Mo being the pre-flop raiser or the queen jack off.
So how are you gonna play Friday?
Mo flopping a pair, but Michael with a better pair.
May fly back.
Wow, very fast check around on the flop. Michael turning a nut flush draw to go with his top pair.
150.
Harry taking a stab at it with a turn gut shot. See if Michael wants to raise or just call. Looks like he does go for a raise. Just winning the pot right here. Not a bad result. Wow, Caddy Carreño. Another Fabian fan out there. Okay, there's just so many of them. You're not all the same person using different accounts, are you?
6 high. That I believe. 5, 6. I was thinking about 3 there.
Two balanced Gory says, why not let Harry himself? Good question. Michael, of course, doesn't know what Harry has, so I think it's reasonable to like go for value. For example, if Harry has a flush draw, he's pretty likely to call against a raise. And then obviously Michael will have a dominant flush draw, getting value against that.
75.
Of course, from our perspective, we know Harry only has a really bad gut shot, so he just folded. But Michael doesn't know if he's just going to fold against a raise. So I think going for a value raise there is completely reasonable. Going for a call, of course, would be fine as well. I think either option is fine as long as you're not folding top pair,
100.
top kicker with a flush draw.
Ace. I got an ace. A good ace.
I believe you, Harry. Can I get a turn?
Looks like Harry leads out into the pre-flop raiser here. Casper with pocket fours just gives it up. A little mix up here.
Good on that turn. You got a pair?
Two Balanced Glory says, I would have been hoping to be raised behind me with the ace king suited. Yeah, I think it could be nice, but I think if it goes bet call raise, there's a decent chance that the ace king is not that great in that situation. And also, I just wouldn't expect it to happen very often, so it's very rare where it goes bet call raise on the turn after the flop checks through. The board was like king queen 8-9, I think. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of times if you get raised in that situation, it's just gonna be jack 10 or like pocket nines or something. Maybe something like king 9.
We're doing it?
Yeah, man.
Of course, these players have been playing pretty creatively, so maybe they could come up with some bluffs that they would check on the flop and then raise on kind of a brick turn. But generally, if I see this against most players, you have to be pretty creative to come up with a bluff there. So generally, I would expect ace king to not be really good. Of course, having the flush draw helps you out, but a flush draw is not enough to want to hope to be raised.
I'm not used to this card.
Yeah, they're
Very
weird.
good. You're doing a great job.
That's alright.
I'm interested in Christian's shirt. It says spiritual warfare and has some dice on it.
Well, it's,
Probably understand it if I could get a closer look, but from here, I don't really know. It's just curious.
Oh, 250, excuse me, 225.
Maybe that's all there is to it, and I'm just too slow to understand it. Looks like we got a squeeze here from Fabian.
900.
Or is it just a raise, I guess? Just a raise, and then 3-bet from Jeremy. Jeremy dominating Harry's hand right now. 70% equity pre-flop. Pretty good flop for the ace-queen. Got the third nut, backdoor nut flush draw as well. Pretty terrible flop for Harry's hand. Kind of expecting this to just go check, bet, fold, but we'll see what these guys come up with.
700.
It looked like Harry went for a float on the flop, looking to maybe make a play at it.
on later streets. Definitely not calling to try to win with queen high.
Check.
Does he want to do it on this run out though? We'll see.
17.
17.
He's gonna go for it.
1700.
$1,700 bluff. Jeremy's got a pretty good bluff catcher here. After he checks back the turn, he's got probably as good as a hand as he's gonna ever have here. Would expect him to call, but definitely a lot of factors that he has at the table that I don't have from up here. So let's see if this bluff from Harry goes through. Maybe he's thinking, okay, Harry check call this flop, right? Like, what kind of bluffs does he have on this river? Jeremy maybe thinking Harry has a 5 or a flush. Definitely not that many hands that Jeremy might think Harry has here. Of course, from our perspective, we can see Harry's getting really creative this hand. Jeremy really being put to the test here. Wow, it gets through.
I know you have king.
Two Battle and Glory saying Historia sus. I actually kind of think the other way around. Like, when I see someone check call on this flop, I don't really expect them to have that many hands that I can beat on the river, potentially with ace queen.
I mean, he has to
Because
respect
you would
the
think
backdrop,
they'd
he
be
knows
calling
that-
like flush draws or like
I know that he has
or
to
pairs.
respect
Oh, oh.
I think they want you to tell them. That's why they have
But wow,
Adding on 2,000.
Harry getting Jeremy off a huge hand there.
I'm used to playing
I
don't know how people can play limit game.
300.
I do.
You play the limit game?
Play for
Three is
lemon
adding
is no
on
brain game, it's a
2,000.
brain game.
Yeah. Limit is basically bet, burn, turn, bet, raise, bet, call.
That answers the question to whoever asked in the chat earlier, does Harry ever bluff? Well, now you definitely have your answer. Two Battle and Glory says Harry knows his player. Yeah? I would definitely say in that hand, Harry definitely got the best of Jeremy in that spot.
Three players.
Keep your your mind sharp. Let's forget Doyle. He's still alive. What is he, 90?
Mo flopping the best hand here, trip jacks.
200. 200.
Mind thinking all overthinking no good either.
Fabian betting with a pocket twos.
My problem is when I
Call from Christian with a pocket threes back to Mo.
get too out.
Let's see how he wants to play this with the trips. He just immediately goes for the raise.
700.
You guys do daylight savings over there?
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna give him 800.
I haven't seen a good hand in the last 45 minutes.
Thank you, man.
I honestly believe in live game you make more money playing the players more than the cards. Yeah, I completely agree. As someone who's played a lot of poker live and online full time for almost a decade, I definitely think live poker. I mean, just watching this stream, for example, like how many hands go to showdown? Much less than half the hands go to showdown. So you could argue in those hands that don't go to showdown, it doesn't really matter that much what you have. I mean, it's a very big oversimplification to say that, but playing the player is definitely important. Harry and Jeremy have played a lot with each other, so, I mean...
Christian, how's your wine?
I kind of put it on pause, but it was good.
You want some more?
Yeah, I'll take more.
Okay, well, when you're done with it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Why is $2.50 more? You know how long I have to work for that? It's
400.
supposed to be $91.
I didn't lie to you.
Paying $2 more.
Respect to you.
No, I know you're not lying to me.
No,
But
but I
the
don't want
person, he
you
doesn't
think,
know what
I
he's
don't want
doing.
you to think that somebody else charged you for
If they charge me an extra $1, I'm gonna quit drinking.
That's the way it is.
I stop. I don't drink anymore.
Got a raise from Christian, 3-bet from Angel, and defend from Christian in position with a 7-5 offsuit. Angel flopping top set. A lot of sets today.
300. I'm sorry, 400.
Angel going for a continuation bet. Christian does have a gut shot to go with his pair. Obviously not folding. Well, I shouldn't say obviously. I would not expect him to fold this hand. Pair and a gut shot you would have to think is pretty good as long as your opponent doesn't have a set. Looks like he's considering an all-in,
16, 10, all in.
which unfortunately for him ran into the nuts, or not the nuts, but close to it.
You have no more decision making. Give me your glass.
I'm gonna need it.
That's a call.
Oh, you're good right now. You're good.
He does have 13% equity, which is not bad considering he's up against top set.
Yeah. Everything's good.
Doesn't hit. Angel winning another all-in with a set against Christian again, I think. Once again. Earlier he had the set of 9s against Christian's ace, top pair, top kick with ace jack.
Thank you.
Two Battling Gory says, these folks play together a lot together, and some money is always more scared than others, hence whales. Yeah, I mean, no matter what stakes of poker you play, you're going to play with some players who the money is going to be meaningful to them, and you're going to play with some players where the money is not going to be meaningful to them. But yeah, I mean, it's also the personalities. Like, I played with players who have like half their net worth on the table, and they're not afraid at all of losing it. It's just their personality type. And I play with players who, you know, have like 8-figure net worth, and like they will agonize over like a $50 bet because they want to make the right decision. They just want to make sure that they do the right thing. Yep, says my boy Angel. Yeah, Angel's been running up this session, that's for sure.
So it goes for exactly 4 hours?
305.
Anonymous says Christian shoved himself out of the game fairly quickly. Yeah, the run of cards definitely did not go his way today. He played pretty loose, but I definitely like appreciate that he's like willing to get in there and mix it up instead of like just sitting around and waiting for good cards.
2 players or 3 players?
3 players.
That's kind of
Oh, yeah.
2 players.
what I think the most fun part about poker is, for sure. Definitely saw a lot of like creativity.
800.
Flop checks through. We got a big turn bet coming from Mo with just ace high. Michael with a gush shot. Thinking about it. He does have position if he calls, can potentially win the bet on the hand on the river with a bet, but he just gives it up. Mo 3-betting pre-flop on the king. After checking the flop, definitely could have ace king, ace queen, or ace king, or king queen.
You know what? College used to be good. Now the service sucks. The game
Nice bet from Mo,
Whoa, nice turn.
taking down the pot.
Should have bet the flop.
Good? I was waiting for you.
Oh, really? You didn't need the king, huh?
No.
Oh, yeah. Alright, nice. Fuck, it's nice to get aces in the small blind, huh?
You can figure out later, you know.
Nice to get 2 black aces in the small blind.
I was expecting you going to bet big.
I had a pair, I had a big pair. I mean, it's big for me, you know, but. Dealer, you gotta pull the 50 and all the
Yeah,
time.
I will. Okay, I was
I'm
gonna
just straddled.
change. He's
Oh,
a straddle.
yeah.
I'm gonna
So
pull
what's
this.
going on there?
That's
Oh,
just
that
that,
was
yeah,
his
because
50's gotta be
yeah.
in
Yeah,
at
that
the
was
beginning.
his
You gotta pull it in pre-flop,
Okay.
so there's no confusion. Call.
And boss Harry, pocket sevens. It's limping from early position. Michael with kings.
200.
Price of poker going up. All right.
200.
Just want to know approximately how much you're playing. We got 228.
3 players.
Got a 3-way flop here. Casper flopping a pair. Nothing too crazy for any of the players involved. 10-6-5 rainbow. Usually a pretty decent board for pocket kings.
300.
Rainbow boards are usually pretty good with these overpairs. A lot less equity for your opponent's hands than, for example, 10-6-5 two-tone boards. Continuation bet and getting called by both players. Got a nice $1,600 pot going to the turn. The top card pairs. All of these players thinking they potentially have the best hand, but no one too sure about it. The 10 on the river, I would say same thing. All these players probably thinking they could or could not have the best hand. Michael, I think, has to go for a value bet here. Yeah, you could be running into quads, but you could also be getting called from hands like Casper or Harry's, and he does go for a value bet. Good bet. And he gets called by both players. $4,000 pot going over to Michael.
I can beat the 6.
You can beat the 6?
Yeah, of course. With overcalling, so I can't beat the 6.
Good answer.
You're the winner all the way around, sir.
Yeah, like all the way through. Except my river, if the river was hard.
Sir Donkalot says, anyone else notice this night might not be a replay channel, it's live. This is actually pre-recorded. I'm responding to you from the past. I knew you were gonna write that comment in Twitch chat in the future, so. Two Battling Gory says, see, don't raise the turn equals more money. And yeah, that's definitely a good point that Michael's check on the turn potentially made him more money, because if he bets the turn, then Casper and Harry with kind of bluff catcher type hands, right? Casper and Harry have to be worried about a potential future river bet and might be more inclined to just give it up. Whereas on the river, like Casper and Harry are like, okay, $800. I mean, it's a big bet, but if I call $800 and the hand's done, I don't have to call any more money to get to showdown. So yeah, sometimes definitely checking the turn can get you more money for sure. That's why players check the turn. So yeah, nice check on the turn. Recording with a live voiceover at best? No, all these hands are played today in the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, Southern California. That is why it is called Live at the Bike and not pre-recordings at the bike.
200.
Time travel on the bike. Yeah, true, actually. We did have someone come in here earlier and predict that the graphics were going to mess up. Which they did. So definitely a lot of time traveling going on in this stream. Casper raising out to 150. Anonymous has good commentary. Thanks. Wait, are you talking about the commentary like right now or like from the future? Sean calling with the same hand. Fabian in there and Jeremy also calling 4-way flop. Sean and Casper both flopping the best hand with the same hand. But with a queen out there, they can't be too sure that they have the best hand. Casper going for the continuation bet anyway. Go heads up to the turn with the same hand. It's going to be interesting if either player gets the other to fold. I kind of expect this to just go to showdown because they both kind of have a medium strength hand. And typically with a medium strength hand, you're just trying to get to showdown because putting in a bet, you risk money. You're unlikely to get called by worse hands or fold out better hands. So yeah, I would expect the river to check through and then chop the pot. Although maybe not on this river. It's very interesting because any jack is a straight. So now either player might think they need to bluff at it to win the pot. Both of them also have the king blocker to the potential king jack, but it's not super relevant in no limit hold'em. Casper does go for the big bluff. Can't really see much Sean can do here. The way Casper's play the hand is definitely very credible. He could have a straight. Sean thinking about it though. He is suspicious. Would be pretty sick if Sean raised here. I don't think he's going to, but he does have the king. It blocks king jack, which is nuts. Again, would be careful overdoing that in no limit hold'em, or in PLO for that matter, but especially in no limit hold'em. Base sauce god says, "Wow, the triple with king 10." Yeah. Casper thinking, yeah, after he calls on the turn, Casper thinking maybe my hand's not good enough on the river, so he goes for the bet, maybe trying to get Sean to fold a queen. I mean, getting him to fold the same hand obviously would be great result for Casper. Sean is really thinking about it. He's thinking about making a tremendous hero call. Sir Donkola says, I wonder how you came up with the name. The Bicycle Casino has been around for a really long time. I don't really know why it's called that. I don't know if it's related to the bicycle playing cards, and it's like, why are the bicycle playing cards called that? Voice Speak says you can easily time travel on the bike after a couple of brewskis. Very true. Can very easily travel into tomorrow morning. Time travel into the next day. Wow, Sean is really contemplating this hero call. Would be a good call in this hand. I don't see how he can make this, but he knows something I don't know. After all of this, a raise would be insane.
Yeah.
Somewhat, right?
Yeah, if you speak low, it might be difficult.
Give a shout out.
Yeah. My daughter's gonna kill me if I don't give her a shout out at some point.
Oh, then
There
do
you
it.
go.
Yeah,
Right.
your opportunity.
I know, right? Hi, kids.
Stand up and do it.
Yeah, all right, in the mic. Hi, kids. I'm Caleb, Matt.
Hold it like you're gonna sing it.
Yeah.
Casper says you can see one. Sean flips over the king. That's not a good one for Sean.
Yes. Take your breath.
Sean's probably gonna think Casper's got king. I don't know. We'll see. Could be good or bad. I don't know. Don't know what Sean's gonna make of it.
Good. How are you?
If I were in Sean's spot, I would just think Casper has king jack. He lets it go. Props on him for even contemplating a call here, which would have been a good call, but I would have folded that long time ago.
I was gonna make you. I was hoping it's a spade that he picks out.
Oh, you showed a card, huh?
Yeah, because you said I missed my flush, and I was like, I hope it's a spade.
Bye guys, thank you all.
Did you show?
Yeah.
He just showed a king of spades.
I told him to pick any card he wants.
Alright.
He said he's got 2 kings.
You got better?
You
No.
believe it?
Well, he showed 1, he said he's got 2 kings.
I don't believe anything he said.
In the olden days, kids used to put playing cards in the spokes of our bicycles to get the click-clack sound while we rode. Can't guarantee how that's the card company came up with the name. Maybe.
We'll find out.
We got the cumulative winnings on board. Christian and Jeremy being the biggest losers. But again, in a 5-5-50 game, $50. If you think $50 is a big blind, $5,000 is basically one buy-in, 100 big blinds. So really nothing too crazy for anyone involved. I don't see how Angel's only up 3,000. I feel like he has to be up more than that looking at the graphics. Or the graphics saying he's only up 3,000, but from what I've seen, I feel like he's up more than that. Who knows?
Bro, how does I thought for sure he was gonna win the pot. I haven't seen him use one.
Kind of feel like Angel's up more than 3,000, but yeah.
He's gonna call and bang you.
It's a mystery.
I thought about it really, really hard.
I think you would have wanted to call.
I don't know.
You bang and spang him.
He's either got a flush draw or...
Christian's back in the game.
Yeah. Think about it. Why is showing you only one card?
No, I picked one.
Yeah, but he should show you both. If he wants to be such a nice guy that he claims he is, show both, man.
You're right.
4,000.
You're fucking right.
Next fucking time, show both. If you want to be so
Next time I'm not
nice.
showing jack shit.
4,000.
Hi, Betty.
Good hand, whatever it is. You win this fight?
Isaac, I'm getting anxiety. Could you flip that over?
blind?
Perry's saying if he wanted to be nice, he should have showed both cards instead of showing one.
Yeah, so you're straddling, correct?
You want to make it a
Alright, double
Don't know if I
straddle
agree with that one.
double straddle for 200, or for 100.
Do love the play from Casper though. Got his opponent to fold, which is what he wanted.
This one you can. This one you can.
do it.
You still have a chance.
Papa, you do whatever you want. You can triple straddle, Papa. It's your chance.
You can straddle for any amount in this game, or?
No, it's just, it's 50, 100.
Ophelia says you shouldn't berate someone for that. I mean, they're just joking around. Casper and Harry are both regulars. I'm sure they have no, there's no ill will in that exchange at all.
Ay, cabrón.
But generally, you shouldn't really berate someone at the poker table for pretty much anything. like angle shooting, I think yeah they deserve to be overrated. But other than that,
75.
I don't think having your opponent showing your opponent one of your cards is the angle.
75.
You're just
gotta
like
have a
giving
jack too,
you're
though.
just giving them
King
more
jack.
information.
When you have two pair?
Me? No. I had a pair, but I put him on a flush draw. He missed, but then you never know. He may have king jack. That 9 throw him
One
off.
thing that's kind of interesting about the hand that Casper played, though, I'm kind of thinking, is that would Casper let him pick one if he had king jack? Because then there's a chance that Sean would have picked the jack, right? So given that Sean turned over a king, I kind of think Casper wouldn't let him pick one if he had king jack, because there's a chance he turns over the jack, and obviously that's a straight. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe he would.
Oh, no, it's not you. Never mind.
It's over.
Yeah, technically it's over. He's just.
Yeah, Furious. Yeah, Casper's response was next time I won't show,
Because, you know, he's winning so
which I
much.
think is a
And
great response.
He's like, let me give some back.
What do you got in? 5?
Left out 50 million.
59 pesos?
Never plays a hand over there.
175.
I just want to give somebody a bad beat.
Well, you're gonna get your chance right now.
Yeah, I know he had king 10, but I'm saying like if he had king jack, would he let his opponent just pick one to show? Because his opponent could have picked the. Theoretically, if he had king jack, his opponent could have picked one that had that shows a mage straight.
And get slow rolled and laugh, and then just normal wins.
I mean, Casper is pretty sick, so maybe he would do it, but that is one reason. It could be a little suspicious.
$500. 500.
Stay still.
Angel, you don't want to play till the show ends? You don't want to play? 1 hour left.
Angel, stay.
Stay 1 hour. I know, but you're playing the show, Angel. Everybody giving action. You can't just get up and go. You know, it's not nice. I mean, I'm just saying it. You know, I'm not after your money, but you know, it's nice. You know,
You're right.
it's 4 hour show. You know, when you play the show, you should try to stay, unless you don't feel good or something. You know. Thank you, Angel.
Alex, are you hearing me or not? Mic check.
Appreciate it, buddy.
They replaced the batteries. Still not working?
There's not many nice
Yo,
guys.
mic check, you hear me?
I had the same pocket pair when you had kings.
You're not hearing when I'm talking except
Me?
on this one,
I
right?
the pocket 10 right now.
I know.
It's
I
funny,
said I had the same
Nightcast
pocket
saying you
pair.
can get up and leave if you want. We had a very, very long discussion about winning a bunch of money and then leaving the table earlier in the stream today.
Card in the window
You
was
guys can
crazy
rewind
when I
and
was
watch
in
it.
the,
But yeah, Harry did just talk Angel into staying. Angel was gonna leave, and Harry was like, "Hey, it's only a 4-hour show. Like, unless you really have to go, you should play it out." And Angel said, "Okay, okay."
Yeah, are you hearing me right now or not?
I think there's merits to both sides of the argument. I definitely think it's what Harry is saying is definitely reasonable for sure. But it is also reasonable what Nightcast is saying. Yeah, like you can get up and leave if you want. But I mean, hey, the show is 4 hours long. It's only 1 hour left. Might as well play it out.
I know, Don.
Who's seat 1? That is seat 1 is
350. Fine.
I believe the chat told me that he likes to be called the Peruvian powerhouse, but the graphics say his name is Fabian.
You know Don Johnson, original Miami Vice.
Christian immediately getting back into it, 3-betting with an ace-jack offsuit.
You know Miami Vice.
Sean flopping top pair here,
Crockett and
checking it back,
Crockett and
checking it back again.
no.
3 spades on the board. Rivering 2 pair. See if Christian goes for a value bet. He does. Let's see if Sean goes for a raise or just calls. Looks like Sean will just go for a call. I think given a check on the flop and the turn from Christian, I would go for a value raise in Sean's spot. I wouldn't expect Christian to check with a flush draw on the flop, and definitely not with a flush on the turn. It's possible, and then he bet pretty small on the river as well. It's definitely possible, but if you do raise, you could
But you working anywhere, or?
No.
I think there's definitely much more hands that you will beat. For example, if Christian is value betting us than his second
Oh,
pair.
you are? Okay, I'll see you later, huh?
Yeah, I'd like to see a raise with a two pair from Sean's spot, but just goes for the call, wins the pot.
Just go back and you guys will figure it out back there or something.
Yeah, but if your mic is
'Cause I'm a rocket
Oh, they're
man.
picking me up now.
Asks, is this game invite or open? You have to email Wayne at Live the Bike, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty easy to get in the game.
Angel, 5 more.
But I'm not an expert on that. You're gonna have to ask Wayne. He's the boss.
This is Stratum?
No.
We'll sell out of court. 5.
Raise to 125.
Andrew Perkins says Angel folded without looking. Really? No way. I missed it, but I'm gonna look out for that. I don't believe he would do that, but let's see.
They used to be wooden back in the day.
Used to be what?
They used to be wooden, like they were made out of wood.
3 players.
I mean, maybe he would. I don't
They
know.
were so ugly, they were beautiful.
I think when you double me up, you can pay me 6 and a 500 trip.
I'll try.
Alright, sweet. I'm holding to that.
150.
Yeah, me too.
There's enough there.
Yeah,
400.
I agree.
Uncle Tim says Harry was probably about asking Angel to stay. Yeah, I think so. That was a very diplomatic way of phrasing that I would not have come up with myself. And yeah, for those of you who were here at the start of the show, we obviously did have a very long discussion about winning a bunch of money and then leaving, and it could potentially upset the people who are losing at the table. So, so yeah, I think it's if it's not too, like, if he's kind of whatever about it, I think it's fine to just play another hour. But obviously, if you have somewhere to go, then you should go.
I know. It's no good.
We got an interesting hand here. Harry went for a raise with a 6-3, a bluff raise, and then Mo went for a bluff 3-bet with an ace-jack. I feel like this is not the first bluff I've seen tonight with ace-jack from Mo. It's his spirit hand.
I actually had 6 high.
It's been working out well for him.
I would have never folded in the
5 to call.
That's what they try.
75. You're hearing this good enough, Alex, or should I go back to using the push to top?
Michael just going for just a call with an ace-queen off. Definitely a hand that we would have seen a 3-bet from
Yep.
some percentage of the time.
How long is this stream going till 6, right? Right?
Yes. 5 players.
5-way flop. Mystery hand from Mo. Best hand is Sean with middle pairs, so he can't be too sure he has the best hand. Michael does turn the nut straight with a nut flush draw. There is a possible flush out there. Assuming Michael will probably bet at this one.
400.
Does go for a pretty big bet, $400 bet. Hoping to get calls from the lower straight, perhaps. 2 pairs. Like a hand like Sean, for example, in a tough spot here with 2 pair. Facing a bet 5 that Michael made 5 ways. He has to think. He has to think Michael's probably not value betting worse than Jack 10, right? Great laydown by Sean, recognizing that 2 pairs is not good here. Definitely a good spot. Where it's like the absolute strength of his hand did not match the relative strength of his hand, which was not that good. Great fold with a 2 pair. Andrew Perkins says, what's the difference in hitting and quitting and hitting and staying, not playing, and then leaving? I guess nothing, but I guess I want to watch Angel. I still don't believe he would fold without looking at his cards. He's definitely looking at his card right now, that's for sure.
Say thank you for raising you with 6 high.
I need 5 more after this.
Personally, I think it's very unlikely he would have folded even one hand without looking.
175.
Sometimes people look at their first card and it's like a deuce, and they're like early position, and they don't play. They like that player doesn't play pocket deuces or ace deuce suited, so they'll just immediately fold when they get their second card. Personally, I play pocket deuces and ace deuce suited from early position in a lot of tables, so I wouldn't do that. But
Filling up your glass.
Thank you for that.
4 players.
got some other guys here playing 7 deuce suited from early position. I love that. Showing they care more about having fun than the amount of money at the table, which is definitely a great spot. Christian turning a flush draw. Angel still with the best hand.
$350.
It looked like this was a 4-way bet from Christian. So not an easy call from Angel with 3 players behind, but he does make it. Sorry, two players behind. Christian just gives it up, and Angel will just check back, I think. Or does he? It looked like he went for a small value bet, actually. Can't see the cards. Yeah, the graphics were definitely messed up. I have no idea what Michael or it looked like Sean was in that hand on the turn. So I don't really know what they folded, but probably nothing relevant given that they just folded.
Everybody agree? Start another round.
Yeah, the graphics mess up sometimes on Live the Bike, but hopefully they're usually pretty good.
You want to wait till I get back? We can straddle wherever.
Whatever you like, Andy.
I think we had someone who's a little bit newer to them doing that today.
We'll wait for you.
Yeah, just.
I think like JJ, who's usually in charge of doing like a whole bunch of other themes related to Live the Bike, was learning how to do the graphics. I'm not entirely sure though.
You see my card?
I did.
I believe you.
Either way, the graphics are usually pretty good actually.
Oh, I believe you.
It's pretty hard to. It's a lot more difficult than it seems to like follow all the action.
Tasty, right?
Miss Slosh UK said I never played this game before. This game being poker or Live the Bike?
Yeah. Winning everything tasty.
No,
Losing everything tasty.
Bottom 2,
you like
take it down.
like an expert, man. Why are you so old? Why are you putting so much? Oh, yeah.
Luis Hernandez says, what's the buy-in there? The buy-in is minimum 2,000 and uncapped. So you can buy in for however much you want, as long as it's at least 2,000. Blinds are $5, $50.
65.
There is it. 65 to go.
I think. Is that right? I don't know. The blinds keep changing. It's supposed to be 5, 50, but it seems every once in a while it changes to 5, 5 or something. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Got a raise from Harry, call from Jeremy, and Jeremy flopping middle pair. Harry checks twice. Jeremy's thinking he's probably got the best hand now. Goes for a little bit of value or protection. And Harry will let it go with the pocket 8s. It's a good fold.
Wait till I get
We're
back.
gonna wait till for him.
Unless you guys want.
Why do we have to wait for that guy?
You don't need to.
I'm gonna straddle every time.
Should the commentator know what he is commentating? Well, they told me it was 5, 50, which it usually is, but we saw in the previous hand they raised to $40, so it was definitely not 5, 50 if he raised to $40.
Straddle 50. Love.
I'm guessing they just missed the straddle, so it's 5, 5.
200.
Straddle if we want to.
Luis Hernandez asks, is this the biggest game being played? At the Bicycle Casino, I'm not entirely sure if this is the biggest game being played here. It probably is close to it, if not.
I'll tell you after I told you what I have.
Both players flopping top pair and a straight draw here. Christian with a better kicker, Michael with a better straight draw.
You're gonna find out later. Anyway, we're gonna see another.
Michael turning the straight while Christian turns two pair.
I was more afraid you might.
It's bad luck for Christian for sure. Michael just
Now, after you quizzing, you can tell.
continuing the bets that he was on the flop.
Either.
Christian going for a value raise. A little thin, I think, on a 1 to a straight board with two pair.
Straight 2 kings, or you miss your flush.
I didn't miss my flush.
You didn't miss your flush.
I didn't. I didn't have a jack.
There's not that many hands, I think, that are gonna look you up.
Bingo.
There aren't that many worse two pairs.
Look at that.
You could get value from flush draws, of course, and then they do end up chopping on this river.
Turn.
Wow. That would have been nasty.
Wow.
Eh. Oh wow, you were good on the turn.
I know, right? Not the
No
bingo I was
re-raise
looking for.
on the turn?
Table commenting that Michael was good on the turn, so it's kind of a suck out, but we do have to. It's true that Michael was good on the turn, but Christian was also good on the flop and pre-flop as well. So in the end, it's poker. All that matters is whoever's good on the river. Nothing else really matters. Duncan Doodle asks, is 5-5-50 a call, a $50 call to see the flop minimum? Yeah.
At least with that bad beat.
$50 minimum to see the flop. But usually in this game, 9 players, pretty aggressive players, there's usually going to be a raise. I think last hand there was not, but that was pretty rare. There might not be this hand either, actually. But there won't be another one after this. I know for sure, because from the future.
Could have been worse.
5-6.
That could have been, no. That
Yeah,
could've
no
been
raise in
so
this
low
hand
right
either.
there.
Same 2 players.
They had 2 pair.
Yeah, I'm saying you could have had 5-6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This time they both have jack high, a big difference in last hand. Michael turning at open ender.
Blind fire.
Big cards are out there tonight.
Goes for a semi bluff. I like it. Jack high, nothing else for Christian, so just a pretty standard fold. Luis Hernandez says, do you need an invite to play on the stream? You need to message Wayne at livethebike.com. Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E. We're located in Bicycle Casino, of course. That's why it's called Live at the Bike. Bicycle Casino in the Los Angeles area.
Next time do that, okay?
I feel like you called that. I said, I feel like you called that.
Maybe, maybe not. I might do it 6 what?
I didn't have too much behind.
That's a lot of money,
Maybe
man.
if that's my stack.
I got like 6 kids. They all need diapers and stuff, man. I don't know.
Raise to 50, re-raise to 100.
You just spent all that money in Vegas.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, straddle 50, raise to 200. Good. Cluster, catching. Alright, heads.
Raise from Jeremy with ace 3 offsuit, defending with Christian with a 4 deuce.
200.
It's a continuation bet.
Big juicy number. Big juicy number. Is there a burger joint in here?
There is a bar on the corner of the burgers.
What is it called? What's the name of that place?
I think it's just called the Bike Bar. I don't know if there's a name. Last draw 50.
I'm hitting cards.
150.
Raising it from Fabian. Call from Mo. King 4 suited versus A6 off. A6 flopping 2 fair. Fabian flopping a nut backdoor flush draw. Pretty decent board to continuation bet. See what happens here. Fabian does go for the bet.
Good hand.
Mo just choosing to fast play his hand. Immediately goes for the raise. Fabian with a king high. Not much of anything else to do but to throw it away. Jared Goldner says go Harry. Anonymous says you gotta email the big cat. Is Wayne the is he a big cat? I always thought he was a human, but
Straddle 50.
Luis Hernandez says I played against the old guy. He's a tight ass player. Not to be rude to people at this table, but I don't know if the old guy just... I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Sean raising up, ace jack suited. Michael goes for a 3-bet with ace queen off. Christian cold call, king queen suited. You got a call from Sean, 3-way flop. Bunch of Broadway cards for everyone. Christian flopping the nuts. Not a great board for Sean or Michael, so not sure if he'll get any action, but we'll see. Choosing a slow play on the flop.
Check.
Miss Lost saying, I'm trying to understand why so many cards only play blackjack. Well, Sean and Michael both have blackjack in this hand, but Christian has 5 black cards, which is better than blackjack, so he's going to win the hand. On a more serious note, though, you're trying to make the best 5-card hand, and 5 spades is really hard to make in a really good hand. Michael thinking about it with the ace-queen high. He just really does not believe Christian. Makes the call. Christian going all in. Michael thinking about big hero call here with ace high. There's not that many hands I feel like he could beat in Michael's spot. It would have to be, I mean, like queen jack or ace jack maybe. Let's it go. Basio says this game seems super boring. Well, I mean, it's no limit hold'em. If ace high hero call on a 1 to a straight, 3 to a flush board in a 3-way 3-bet pot is not exciting enough for you, then I would love to help you out, man, but
Just trying my best out here.
Raise 150. $405.
That camera view? I missed it. What happened? That's mate 5 and Durandal both commentating on some camera angle, but I totally missed it. Busy reading Twitch chat. Either way, we got a 3-bet from Mo. See if Angel wants to continue with the 8-7 suited. He does make the call. Bad board for both players. Whoever puts in a bet will probably win the pot, most likely. Angel's gonna go for it with the 8 high. Or is he? He's thinking about it for sure.
$500.
Mo's got the best hand, 93% equity, but not much he can do in this spot, I think. It would be a very difficult hero call to make, and that he's also out of position for 2 more streets, so he's kind of hoping, even if he does make the hero call, he kind of has to hope Angel checks the turn and then checks the river. So definitely agree with the fold there.
And then moving to the straddle.
Oh wow.
Why straddle 50, 55 here, shot.
Miss Slopshy says the game takes too long to finish the game. Well, the game is... The game of cash game poker is never really finished, per se.
Raise the 150.
But Live of the Bite goes on for 4 hours. Michael raising up, Jack 5, Christian calling with the 9-6, Casper with a 9-7.
405.
Another comment about the camera angle. Dude, I keep missing it. I usually look at Twitch chat in between hands, so I always miss it, and then I go back in the action. Either way, we got a squeeze from Sean with the ace-queen off. See if anyone wants to continue against this. Christian is down to play the 69. See if Casper wants to play. Do I play the bike? Yeah, I like to play 5-5, the 1K cap games at the bike personally. I haven't played that much recently. I played a lot more like years ago. No one hit this flop at all, so whoever bets is probably going to take it. Sean with the best hand with the ace-queen high. 70% equity 3 ways, since Casper and Christian are sharing one of their outs. Christian turning a pair though. Casper turning a gut shot, nothing too crazy.
$500.
Sean's gonna go for the delayed continuation bet. Christian calls with the best hand. Sean does have the backdoor, or potential backdoor flush here. Does not hit it. Sean with ace high. Let's see if he wants to take a stab to try to win the pot. Just thinking about it. Sean just gives it up. $2,500 pot going over to Christian. Sean does have the nut, no pair hand. So if he's thinking, okay, Christian might not fold a pair, Ace Queen does beat a lot of draws just by checking. Although with 3 clubs out there, there aren't going to be that many offsuit hands in like a 3-bet pot. Vasilis is saying no one's talking. Yeah, it's been very quiet at the tables. I do agree. These guys are focusing very hard, trying to win some money.
150. $305.
Three bet from Sean. Really small 3-bet. This is a raise to 150. It's almost like a min 3-bet in a sense. Mo makes a call. Mo's got an open ender. Sean's got a flush draw. Open ender's not that good on a 3-spade board since, I mean, you have 8 outs to hit open ender, but 2 of those 8 outs will bring in a spade. And then even if you do hit one of the 6 that are not a spade, you have to fade a spade on the river. Or you could fade a spade on the river and it could still not be good against a flush. So does turn the best hand with a 10 though, against Sean's continuation bet. Sean does also turn open ender to go with his flush draw. Really interesting decision here for Mo. Sean does bet twice. Mo's got a pair and an open ender. Makes a quick call. Mo still got the best hand on the river with a 10. Sean just gave up the last pot with ace high and lost to Christian's 9-6 with a low pair. So he might be thinking he doesn't want that to happen again. We'll see. Is Sean gonna go for it this time with the ace high against Mo? Nope. He's gonna give it up again. Again, ace jack does have some pretty good showdown value, so definitely don't blame him for the check back. You can beat some other spade draws, but do you drink wine when playing poker? I'll drink wine only if like the table is drinking wine. But I don't think it's that uncommon. Yeah. Well, poker for most players is a recreational thing. They're just doing it to chill out, and a lot of people like to drink wine when they're just chilling out. So I think it's not. Yeah, it's definitely not that uncommon. I don't know if it's a LA thing.
You guys want to keep this round on? Not that much longer.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Miss Slosh UK says this is man game. I don't see women playing. This is actually the first time that I have personally commentated on Live the Bike with no female players. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm getting my.
But definitely much more male dominated in general. If you just go out on the floor of the bicycle casino, I would guess like maybe 80 to 90% men or something.
375.
But we usually have a few women that play on Live the Bike. The Avenger, man, we made it 3 hours without anyone talking about masks, but then you had to break it. That's okay, it's not your fault. You weren't here. But for future reference, I'm tired of talking about masks. I have no idea why Twitch chat and YouTube chat is so obsessed with masks. No, you're good, bro, but it's just kind of okay. Every single time we have a show, we have tons of comments about masks. I don't know why.
You got $1? You already took $2. You took the
Casper with a nice bluff here, 9 high, winning $1,700 pot. Nice wash Casper has. If you want to wash like his, I think you can contact him. I believe he's a watchmaker, sells a watch dealer. Kyle says, I really love that movie with Jim Carrey when he gets that mysterious mask. I haven't seen it, but Randall says because people can't mind their own business and think their opinion matters. Yeah. Somehow, I kind of think saying what Devon just says is not going to make me respect conservatives. And vice versa, the other way around. You recommend watching The Mask? Yeah, I'll think about it. There's so many things I already want to like watch. But if I spend 2 hours watching The Mask, it's like 2 hours less I can spend like playing poker.
Hold on time. Casper, you want a hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep. No, thank you.
I tried. $180.
Luis Hernandez says, I thought there's no phones on the table. I don't know if that's still a rule. I know that used to be a rule a long time ago, but like, yeah. I don't know if I don't think that's still a rule. Yeah, I don't think that's still a rule at the Bicycle Casino. I think a really long time ago it used to be. Maybe at Live the Bike. I have no idea.
Yeah, I will. Yeah,
Single master in here.
Anonymous asks, are you guys connected with the other live stream? Not that I know of. We're connected with Bicycle Casino and Hotel at Los Angeles.
Oh yeah, that time.
What do you take for Elsinore?
The 91.
91 to 15.
But yeah, maybe? I don't know. We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so if you see me respond to a question that you don't see in the chat, it's probably from the other chat, potentially Twitch chat or YouTube chat. And live stream tables? Yeah, maybe. I don't actually know. I'm sure it's, even if it is not allowed, I mean, these guys, like, they might not realize or whatever. Kelly says, can anyone join these games? You have to ask, email Wayne at Live the Bike. WAYNE. And, yeah, I think so. I don't know.
That sounds like Gary.
You hear a wild Harrier approaching?
Yeah, Anonymous, we're on 2-hour delay, so it could definitely be possible. Unless they're time traveling or clone themselves or something like that. That's also possible as well.
It's 150.
Let's go all in. Yeah, I agree, Jordan Flory. I want to see an all in as well. Christian 7 deuce suited. I like it. It's getting in there.
425.
Oh, with a 3-bet. What's my Instagram? I don't use Instagram that often, but it's AESAHBAE. Ace of Bay. But yeah, I don't really use Instagram, so I think the last thing I posted was probably when I got engaged, maybe like half a year ago. I'm married now, but I meant to post wedding pictures, but I forgot. Probably should do that, but I also feel like it's too late now since I already posted on Facebook. Then there's like, what? Fabian with a 4-bet with pocket 8s. Not believing Christian at all, and he's right here. Sean also getting in there with a queen jack suited. Huge pot. Sean flopping the best hand. Pretty bad flop for both Fabian and Christian. I can't imagine Sean is going to fold with the amount of money he has left, so unless someone outdraws him, I think it's got to be Sean's pot. Nightcast says, tell Jordan Fleury he smells funny, and Jordan Fleury says, say hi to Nightcast from me.
If you want to, no, they do play. You can.
Whoa. I see who the nice friend is in this relationship.
1275.
Yeah, Sean's in there.
1275.
Like I said, with his amount of money left, there's no way he is not getting it all in with a top pair here. Even with bottom pair here, I would have with a stack to pot ratio of only 1/3. You only need, with a 1/3 stack to pot ratio, you would only need 20% equity.
When they turn real quick. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, he takes it down and says, yeah, about time.
Good thing you guys didn't call. Oh, sick!
Big pot for Sean. He's pretty happy to just take it down with no showdown. Doesn't have to fade any outs.
Oh. Now, I didn't want you guys to call, but now I wish you guys called.
Scotch Soda says if you're calling with 7-2, you're going to have a bad time. But I'm looking at Christian, it looks like he's having a good time. So, you know, there are no absolutes in poker or in life, really. Kind of looks like he's having a good time.
Alright, posting 55 or 60.
Well, I figured it is what it is.
Alright, so before any action takes place,
Money is not everything. Dude, if you're gonna have a bad time anytime you lose like one buy-in in poker, you should probably not play poker. That's just my opinion.
What did I miss?
Couple of all in.
Alright, so your first up here.
I would almost argue if you're calling a 4-bet with 7 deuce, that means you are having a good time.
That's their opinion, not mine. Don't believe their way.
Oh my god.
But if you knew the queen's coming, you're not showing.
Right?
It's 225.
Well, when he re-raised, I put him on aces. And
225?
I'm telling you.
What if I make it 1600? Fold?
it wasn't gonna go anywhere. I mean, I was.
You were in no matter what.
Yeah.
You were ready.
Who won the beginning?
There was a decent size hand
I
just
wasn't.
now.
I was ready to
Who
get.
got it?
3600.
I was stuck.
Of course.
Yeah.
I almost jammed, but you probably put it in anyways. You would have, I mean, you win.
Yeah. Ace king, huh?
Didn't seem like you wanted to fold that hand free.
That's why you didn't hit your aces. He had ace king.
These guys are discussing what could have happened in this hand in an alternate timeline if different bet sizes were used.
He would have snapped. Automatic.
55, right?
See, when I went all in and they slowed down, I knew they didn't have anything. And I couldn't do the test. I figured, you know what, if they got it, they got it. You know, fuck it.
Spiritual Warfare, honor the... I just want to know what his shirt says. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'll just never know.
Told you guys wait. You guys don't want to wait.
I think it's cool design.
I'm not. You guys straddle, that's fine, but I'm not gonna straddle if I missed out all the straddle, why would I straddle?
I agree.
Voted.
If you guys wanna start, I'll be in, but
You're in for 5.
I don't wanna be in the tail end of the straddle.
Just the yellow chip. Thank you.
Money management.
Christian flopping an open-ender here. Fabian with a pair, but only 50% equity against the open-ender and backdoor flush draw, plus 2 overcards. Definitely prefer Christian's hand between the two, as you have a lot more visibility on like when you hit, and you can like make better decisions to value bet or to bluff, like if you have jack high. Whereas Fabian's kind of got a middle of the road hand. He's gonna have a very hard time value betting, and just generally not gonna know where he's at in the hand. Christian turning a flush draw, so again, still pretty close to 50-50 because now he has 1 less card to his hand, but he has all the flush outs. Yeah, he'll just take it down without showdown.
No, not soon or just last.
Definitely don't mind the fold from Fabian. River is going to be hard to play if he calls there, out of position.
On that 3-way hand.
Straddle 50.
Honor the gift.
Wayne, you over there?
See, I should.
What do you want? 100?
Check.
No, I'm gonna buy
Him
some
shove.
Oh, right. Outside.
You guys get Wayne
Thank
on
you for
the
that.
board.
I
Now, not yet.
must say, I don't understand it any more than I already didn't understand it, but thanks.
With the cash hand.
Big always says, why are we hearing a girl voice? I don't know. Probably because a girl was talking.
Right, this happened to be the turn.
Plus 50.
Yeah. You know, when you see the turn.
That's just my guess.
Oh, I did the right thing. Right?
Yeah.
For sure made it worse, yeah. I'm more confused than I was to begin with.
300.
I'll give you 500 chips.
Anybody else?
Just you, you're my only fish.
Okay, well then I give up.
Yeah, let me recount it. Okay.
Did you count it?
I think we got about 20 minutes left in the show. Again, this is 5550 at Bicycle Casino in the Los Angeles area. I'm Don Dean. You can find me on Twitter at AESAH Poker, Ace of Poker.
I'm doing it for that.
Is that what we're doing? Is that what we're agreeing to?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's try it again.
Last round 50, double straddle.
Straddle for 100?
50, double straddle for 100.
What'd you do with the chips I gave you?
No, you didn't give me.
Oh, then what are you waiting for, bro?
That was just.
I put them out here.
Oh, all right.
350.
And I'm looking, I'm like, how does my stack get here? What?
Kind of looks like we had double straddle this hand. Casper coming in for the raise, 350. Christian putting on the double straddle. I love it.
I got these, but not how I want
Ace
it.
5 suited.
Exactly.
Good hand.
Here, I need this one.
Just gonna go for a
You
call.
want some of these? I'll give you.
Here, I would like to play
No,
double.
that's actually.
What?
$5 chip, you're small.
I very much like watching your video, but it's 3:35 a.m. See you next live video. Good night, Miss Slosh UK. Yes, that is pretty late for Europeans to be watching, I suppose. Casper turning the best hand here after checking through the flop. Goes for a small value bet.
Ace suited.
Papa, thank you for staying. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's good.
Nothing left, only two hours and a half left.
No, only 25 minutes left, Papa.
Yeah, thanks for that.
25 minutes left.
You could double
3
that in
rounds.
25 minutes, sir. Just don't get it through me. I won't have enough to double that for you.
Plus 50.
Angel limping in with a ace-jack offsuit. Starting up the limp train. Fabian and Harry and then Michael all limping behind him. Christian's got 7-3 suited. Not quite the 7-2 suited, but good enough to raise. Looks like we're going to have a big pot going into the flop here. $1,800 pot. Michael flopping the best hand, but it's not anything to be super excited about. 5 ways with just a 10. Okay, now it's something to be excited about with trips after flop checks around. Not a great kicker, but he's got to be thinking he probably has the best hand. Goes for a pretty small bet.
500.
Only 500. Fabian with a flush draw, but on a paired board could potentially be drawing dead. He does go for it. Makes the call in position. Hits the flush on the river. Fabian with the best hand now. Fabian. Really bad river card for Michael. A lot of possible straights get there. 9-8, ace king, king 9. 3 possible straights, and then obviously flushes as well. Thinking whether he wants to value bet or go for a check, or maybe just taking his time to mix it up. Not make it too obvious. Personally, I would go for a check here with a 10, with a trip 10s, which he does do. I think it's a little too thin to go for a value bet. Obviously too strong to go for a bluff. Looks like Fabian's going to value bet his flush. And Michael will let it go. Good fold by Michael. He's thinking, you know, like, this guy called me 5 ways and then bets when the flush comes in. I don't think my hand is good, and he is correct.
Now, do I have to strike?
Lenara McGizzy and Twitch chat says nice fold. Yeah. Definitely not always easy to lay down trips, especially like in the moment, for sure.
Well, that's a little 50.
Casper raising up early position. It's going to fold all the way around. A very uncharacteristic blind steal at this table.
Straddle 50. You're up first. This one's 50.
Fabian raising up, pocket kings. 3-betting from Jeremy with the ace-queen offsuit. Christian coming in with a cold call.
You should.
Thank you.
Curious to see how Fabian plays this one out. Could definitely go for a 4-bet with a second best hand in poker. Just a flat call will be perfectly acceptable as well. He does choose to go for a 4-bet.
You're out of here? Okay, we'll talk later.
For the flop we go.
Jeremy and Christian both make the call. Sharing each other's outs. Huge pot, $5,000 in the middle before the flop. Top set for Fabian. Goes for a tricky check. Checks around. Brick on the turn. All players are pretty unlikely to have a 3 in a 4-bet pot. Fabian slow play the flop with his top set. He's going to come out for some value now. Goes for 1,200. Tough spot for Jeremy with an ace-queen. Facing a small bet. I like the bet sizing from Fabian, putting Jeremy in a really tough decision. Makes a call. Christian with a gut shot. See if he wants to go for it or not. He makes a call as well. 3 ways to the river. Kings hold up. 8,500 in the middle. I'm expecting this to go check bet, fold, fold. With Fabian taking down the pot, but we'll see what happens. Fat Pop Records says so much ICM here in this spot. It's true. You don't want to be remembered as the last guy who lost a big pot right before Live the Bike ended. Because, like, if you lose a big pot at the start of the show, no one's really going to remember. But if you lose a big pot right when the show ends, everyone's going to be like, dude, can you believe that guy called with ace-queen against top set? Fabian dragging a huge pot, $9,000.
Jeremy added 3,000. Topic.
Call. Papa, give me 2,000. 2,000? To be cheap? Yeah, of course. Yeah, 2-1.
Raises?
Yeah, there's a $5 here.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, Papa, don't leave me without your $5. Thank you. Count, please.
No, I put it there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Papa, take this one. Go.
Papa, thank you for staying, huh? Okay, thank you. Thank you for staying. Thank you. Go buy some chickens and put the name Harry, one of them, okay?
Christian going for the trap with the trip aces. Casper not falling for it.
I'm gonna play the blinds for you.
Is there a board or no?
Do we have a board or no?
Better yet. Whoop.
Okay.
swear. Never seen you get spanked. But I guess it happens to everyone.
50.
And Boss Harry starting the limp train this time. Pocket tens. Jeremy falling sixes. Christian raising it up. Jack 10 offsuit.
So hold on.
More?
Time. It's fine. Your hand is.
James.
James, it's on you,
Captain
bud.
Kirk.
James. Zero action.
Oh, I'm sorry.
225. Two on the turn.
Come on, James. You call like who?
Sean.
Oh, Sean. Sorry. I thought it was James.
I can ask. What about the screams about that?
Oh, it is?
Huh?
Can you stand here
What?
for that? Okay.
Oh, no, never mind. Oh, sorry. I thought that was his 50.
Hey, sweat. Hurry up before you open.
Harry with the best hand here, but can't be too happy about it on the ace high board. Jeremy taking a stab at the pot.
Are you gonna tell us when we're off the air?
Harry not believing him, calling with the tens.
I guess they're gonna come get the cards and take the lights is what Harry said.
See if Jeremy wants to follow through on the river. He just goes, takes his showdown value with his sixes.
No, I can't do that. We can keep flat.
Never easy for Harry.
Nice call by Harry with the pocket
Harry
tens.
always has to fucking
I wouldn't let that one go, but
make a
takes down the pot.
play or make a six play.
It's not one show with the road top.
You're the tough.
Something here. It's like a road top. He always breaks to the road and but
You're talking about Dirty Harry?
there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Like that show.
It's a movie, no?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. It's an old one.
Then this would end 5.
60.
Oh yeah, 60
Yeah,
to
I
go.
don't know. I mean, I guess it's an old one, right?
No straddle?
Whatever you guys want. Well, I mean, I already looked at my hand.
Sorry,
No,
no,
so
just play
we
it out.
can
Just play it
start-
out. No, just play it out.
The next one we can
60.
start straddle. Did I miss a straddle?
175.
We've been straddling.
Okay, so I'll put a straddle next hand.
Well, you'll be the big boy next hand.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah.
get bottom.
Fat Bob Record says a man with that much body hair should really have a beer too. Wait, hold on. Fabian won a big pot and he didn't unbutton his shirt.
Re-raise?
That was good.
We got scammed.
Flat. So how much more?
175, so 115 more.
That was part of the deal.
Great players.
Yeah, I want a refund too. I cannot see any way Christian is not all in by the end of this hand. Sean with top pair is basically a flip against Christian's 2 overs and a flush draw.
Oh,
I cannot see any way that these guys are not all in.
What did you got left?
345.
All in the top. He's all in for 340.
Send out with a good old fashioned flip. It's bad luck for Christian. Doesn't hit the river. It's been a rough day for him.
Nice doing business with you.
Bottom is gonna move.
Okay, what do you want
No,
to do?
but Button needed to move because he was under the gun but didn't
But I missed
straddle.
my
Button's
straddle.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Straddle this time.
Say again?
No.
Well, he's big blind.
Yeah, but you
RNA
put
button
it
down?
in the 50.
Button's correct.
RNA button now?
No.
No,
Because last time
I
it
don't
was
think it'll
here,
work, though.
he was under the gun and raised and we were talking about the straddle. You fucking with me? Really? Here I thought we Alright, left straddle 50.
I I thought you'd catch on after I asked the question again.
Christian had it on 3,000.
Fat Bob Record says these Hold'em nerds need to play some 4-card poker.
This fucking guy
4-card
always
poker is
buzzing
definitely the better form of poker, but
fucking cut off
2-card poker's alright.
buttons, buzzing, just buzzing
Barry, what do you
around.
want from me?
Huh?
Just chit.
I want you to win, baby. Like the Raiders motto, just win, baby.
Got Jeremy 3-betting from the straddle
That's our motto.
Yeah,
against Casper's pocket sevens.
just win,
Let's
baby.
see if Casper can flop a set here.
That was L. Davis, the owner, now the son, you know, handles the team.
Citadel Kronk says just a difference in variance. For any one session, yeah, there's gonna be a pretty high variance in like who wins or loses. Over the long run, I mean, how you play is important, of course.
I don't even know what it looks like out
Every time you have a chance to make a decision, if you don't make the same decision that a different player would have, then one of you gains the edge in the long run in that spot.
4 of them?
But yeah, Live the Bike is a 4-hour show. Anyone can win, anyone can lose. Looks like Casper wants to take a stab at it with a pocket sevens.
But
It's been a rough day for Jeremy too. He's gonna lay down the best hand, but what can you do with an ace and a king out there with queens?
Dealer, I don't want to see it.
Definitely,
I don't want to see the 10 jack of hearts.
definitely don't blame the fold there.
does anybody want to beat Good Samaritan and change a 1K for
Pocket
Christian?
kings, I don't want to see 10 jack of hearts. You don't have pocket threes, I don't want to see.
Speed to the Moon says, wow.
There's a straddle for 100. Is anybody
1,000
willing,
straddle, guys. Let's go.
anybody willing to make change?
I'm not sure what we're saying wow about, but wow, that was a nice bluff from Casper.
I got it. Oh, you got it. Okay.
When he rebought it was for 3,000. The straddle is 50, and then a double straddle is 100. I need a 50 from you as well, Jeremy. Thank you very much. Sorry. Four total, 3 on top.
Steve says, what's the name of short deck poker? I'm pretty sure the most commonly used name for short deck poker is short deck poker.
1K.
1,000.
We got 3-way 3-bet pot here. Harry with a flush draw, Christian with overpair. I'm kind of expecting this one to also be an all-in at some point in the hand.
Go, go. Turn river twice. Go. It's you.
We're doing it again.
Yeah, go turn river twice.
Speech and Moon says, never thought of playing small pocket pair like that. Yeah, I think especially in a spot in like a 3-bet pot, I would say that one not so much because it's like a late position raise and a call in position. But just for example, if it's like you raise from an early position and you call a 3-bet, you're not gonna have that many like no pair type hands to bluff with on an ace king 9 board. So that's when some of those small pocket pairs, like pocket sevens for example, are really good to use as a bluff. Because like a lot of people think, okay, I have a pair, I'm not gonna bluff, but I mean, if you're not gonna bluff with that, what are you gonna bluff with in that situation? In the late position, Casper has some other hands, but sevens is definitely like not a bad choice for a bluff there.
Oh, shit.
Especially because Jeremy 3-betting could definitely have a higher pocket pair, which he did. That kind of is in a sense forced to fold on the ace king board
He could call, but I think calling is not really that great of a decision. As if you call, you're hoping they check the turn and you're hoping they check the river. But yeah, it looks like we're done for today's show. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This is 5550 Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles. I'm Don Dean. Ace of Poker on Twitter, AESAH Poker. Yeah, so thanks for tuning in. And we'll see you guys next time.